Message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as
days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research,
they don't have no peers. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Early Childhood Commission's Virtual Annual Professional Development Institute Conference 2022 under the theme Innovation in Early Childhood Development from Vision to Action. My name is Denise Thompson Blair, and I'm the Manager for Human Resources and Administration here at the Early Childhood Commission. And I will be your moderator for Track 6, Masterclass on Leadership. And what a terrific time we had yesterday in the virtual space as the different conversations regarding leadership were thought-provoking and relevant to the sector at this time, with an urgent call for action to be innovators in early childhood sector. Now, for those who missed us yesterday, I just have a brief summary for you so you can catch up on what you missed. So the following topics were discussed relating to ethical leadership, building responsiveness, and we heard from experts in the field of early childhood education as our facilitator, Ms. Rosemary Jeffrey from Mind, guided and stimulated the discussion on ethical leadership with panelists within the ECD sector, namely Board Chairman of ECI, Mrs. Monica Luku, Principal of Mandeville Infant, Mrs. McGregor Williams, and representative from the National College on Education Leadership, NCEL, Miss Tonian Rankin, to hear their views on the topic so that our participants could have a greater understanding and appreciation on ethics and the impact it has on leadership at this time. Now, the main takeaways that persons had from the conversation was, if we are going to have ethical leadership that will build responsiveness within the sector, the following must be obtained. There must be the 6 principles of ethics must guide ECD leaders. There must be continuous learning, as that must take place, but in an ethical way. Modeling of the right behavior is critical. Therefore, as leaders within the sector, we must be the change that we want to see. We must be reflective and purposeful about our leadership. And the leaders must subscribe to the theory of Maslow before Bloom in order to see effective results. So it's paramount that as a leader, one must lead with care, as this will generate results. Then we move on to a conversation with Miss Maris Murray as she shared some strategies on how to maintain a positive outlook in changing times. And what an inspiring session we had with Miss Murray, as participants were challenged to adjust their thinking so that it's reflective of Philippians 4 verse 8. She also told our participants that failure is not fatal and it is not final. They should ensure that their emotional accounts have healthy balances and there is no overdraft. They must be mindful that challenges come to test us, but not to destroy us. So you are to maintain a positive outlook, and that will always reap results. We must be mindful of the habits formed by ensuring that you balance the level of compassion for the people we lead. For it is said, if you have too little compassion, you are classified as wicked. But if you have too much compassion, you are classified as being weak. You must know your worth, know that we are God's masterpiece, created to show forth His glory. And last but not least, be confident about who you are. Therefore, you don't need to be bothered about what people think about you, because guess what? We weren't born to impress others. Then we examined how to lead in a crisis, merging the interdisciplinary silos with Dr. Noel Gordon from JD Tan, as he gave the team practical insights on how to merge the interdisciplinary silos. In his presentation, he encouraged us that we must operate as teams and not as committees. We must be collaborative in sharing ideas and build a culture of interdependency by sharing best practices. And don't die in your silos, but explore the concept of collective efficacy. Then our participants were in for a treat, as Dr. Jean Beaumont encouraged all participants to be great leaders in early years by employing emotional intelligence. These characteristics of a great leader were highlighted. She also pointed to us that we need to have self-reflection because it is critical for leaders to be aware of how others see them and how they are showing up. Strategies were shared on how to identify emotional issues in young children and what signs to look for. To be a great leader in early years, you must exhibit and show love. It must be at the center of all that we do, for the aim is to grow and develop those that we lead. For as a country, we can all rise and we can help lift others in the process. And to sum it all up for the afternoon, we had Mrs. Sulin Ward, who gave some practical examples of how to build positive relationships with your supervisors as you lead in the early learning environment. Now, some key takeaway points from that session was that partnerships are critical in building relationships, and individuals must feel valued and know that they are adding value to the organization. In order to build relationships, there must be cohesiveness. We must move to one beat so you have one sound like an orchestra. It creates a happier work environment, and supervisors must actively listen to team members. Praise is, we must also ensure that we praise the work of others, whether privately and publicly, and could show genuine interest in others and write down the positive attitudes. Connect by showing the human side and notes for action as your knowledge is expanded from this powerful session. Now, I am excited that you have decided to join us for this life-changing experience this morning. And I know you will be impressed with the powerful experts that the ECC have put together today, day 3 of this 4-day virtual conference, where the focus is on you and how you are going to change your life to the greatest life you have ever lived in 2022 and beyond. Now, I know undoubtedly today that each presenter or panelist will empower and inspire you, as there is a call for action, as they will provide you with the right tools that you need to lead in these times as you become the best version of yourselves. Now, in changing times, it is paramount that leaders know how to provide support for their team. And no doubt about it, this plenary discussion this morning is on the topic effectively managing early childhood institutions in a pandemic. The aim of this session is to show leaders the different strategies on how to maintain a sense of work-life balance with professional and personal lives, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. So without further ado, let me introduce the facilitator and panelists for this morning's masterclass leadership conversation on effectively managing early childhood institutions in a pandemic. Our facilitator for this plenary is Dr. Christopher Clark, who is no stranger to the education sector, as he served with the public education system for 40 years. After retiring, he assumed the role of principal of Midland Bible Institute in January 2020. Now, Dr. Clark pursued an undergraduate studies at UWI Mona, where he studied educational administration, and he later was awarded a scholarship by the Canadian government to pursue his master's in early childhood education at the McGill University in Montreal, Canada. Later, he did doctoral studies at the University of South Florida, where he studied early childhood and higher education. Dr. Clark has served as a consultant to UNESCO and the government of Jamaica, Anguilla, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and Antigua in the area of early childhood education curriculum development, and to the government of Jamaica in the area of early childhood education. He also serves as a part-time faculty for several universities and colleges and has been a facilitator in the Master of Education offered by St. Mary's University of Minnesota and the Catholic College of Mandeville since its inception in 2007. He has done short courses in leadership and education in Singapore and Israel, respectively. And he has presented and published several papers on boys' gender identity and education, as well as in the area of teacher education. He also currently serves as an assessor and facilitator for the National College of Educational Leadership NCEL and the University Council of Jamaica. So you see, my participants, Dr. Clark is quite qualified and competent to facilitate this high-level conversation on effectively managing early childhood institutions in a pandemic. So on the platform this morning alongside Dr. Clark is another set of astute panelists, which comprises of Ms. Theresa Brown, who is a full-time lecturer at Shortwood Teachers College since 2009. Before joining the staff of Shortwood, she taught for 10 years at St. Andrew Preparatory School in Kingston, where she developed her long-lasting love for working with children and their parents. Her specialization for early childhood education stems from her love for children and her devotion to seeing them thrive in any situation. She is a proud graduate of St. Hugh's High School, Shortwood Teachers College, the University of the West Indies, and the University of South Florida. Now our next panelist is Mrs. Tanisha Myers-Ferguson, who has been in the education field for the past 20 years. So you know she has a gamut of experience as well. She has a diploma in primary education from St. Joseph's Teachers College. And in addition, she has obtained a Bachelor of Science in Education and a Master of Arts in Educational Supervision from Western Carolina University. She is a lecturer at the Michael University College, also with responsibility to lead the early education department. And she is employed by the National Education Inspectorate as a contract inspector. Our next panelist is no stranger to the platform. As I shared with you, she was with us yesterday afternoon, and she's no other than Mrs. Swelling Ward Brown, who is currently the principal of the Jamaica China Goodwill Infant School. She holds a master's degree in education administration and a bachelor's degree in early childhood education. She has been an educator as well for over 20 years. So she is a recipient of a number of academic awards for excellence in teaching and leadership. She was recently awarded as being the Child Friendly Schools Leadership Ambassador for Region 1 by the National College of Educational Leadership, NCEL. She loves children like all my other panelists and is extremely passionate about those at the early childhood level. She believes every child is unique and should be treated as such. She strongly believes and agrees with the theorist Jean Piaget posits that all children were born with the innate abilities and talents, and it is incumbent on us as educators to unearth these hidden talents. Finally, our next panelist is Miss Mary Jean Walker. She holds a master's in education and a bachelor's in education science. She is a graduate from Penn State University and Nova Southern Eastern University, and has worked in early childhood education and early childhood special education for over 32 years. So she comes with a gamut of knowledge. She is currently an adjunct professor at Broward College. Ms. Walker has co-authored the textbooks Early Childhood Education Today, Fundamentals of Early Childhood Education, and the textbook and trainees manual all about childcare and early education, which was developed to be used in the training of CDA students. Before Broward College, Ms. Walker was a childcare director, an early childhood interventionist, an early childhood special education teacher, a behavior consultant, and inclusion specialist in an outreach program. She has taught at college courses in Pennsylvania, Colorado, Massachusetts, and Florida in face-to-face, blended, and online formats. Ms. Walker has sat on several state and country early childhood education committees. So welcome, everyone. But before we get started with this insightful discourse, I just want to clear some housekeeping matters that I must share with the team. At the end of this presentation or discussion, we will have 15 minutes for questions and answers. So we are asking our participants to make sure that they utilize the chat and place their questions in the chat so we can field those questions to our astute panelists so they will answer as time allows us to. Also, we will be sharing the link for our session evaluation. So we are asking persons, please, to fill out the workshop evaluation form so we can know exactly what you believe we can improve on to serve you better for PDI Conference 2023. So once again, thank you for joining this morning's session. And I am looking forward to a robust discussion. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Clark, who will now lead and guide the discussions. Dr. Clark, over to you. Oh, you're muted, sir. Dr. Clark?
I think that's sorted out. Right, thank you very much, Mrs. Thompson Blair. That
You're
was a
most
mouthful
welcome.
there.
I'm
but-
telling you.
I am really just very privileged. Believe you me, I am feel very privileged to be among this erudite group of panelists or group of erudite panelists. The range of experience and education that we have here is really just very good for the early childhood sector, both locally and in the United States as well. So welcome everyone. I am delighted to be with you, and I'm looking forward to hearing your perspectives on this very important topic of effectively managing early childhood institutions in a pandemic. You know, the arrival in Jamaica on March 10, that date we will never forget, in 2020 of COVID-19, it became a major turning point for the entire country, right? Once the virus was detected as being in Jamaica, our first response was lockdown. Remember those days? Curfews, special days for shopping, work from home. In fact, all the sectors of the society were negatively impacted by this little known enemy of free movement and association. The early childhood sector was not spared. The nearly 2,700 early childhood institutions were closed, some of them for a long time. Children and parents were forced to stay at home. These mostly private institutions described by the Patterson Commission as not effectively monitored were thrown into a panic, really. For some of them, the stringent measures that were needed to get the green light to reopen meant that many had to wait a long time to reopen. In the meantime, many were losing revenue. Staff was unpaid. Some children had no devices to access online learning. Parents were frustrated trying to work from home while supervising little ones to access classes online with unreliable internet connectivity, I might add. School boards could not find a way around the problem they faced. Indeed, someone described it as managing uncertainty. We did not know what was going to happen tomorrow. You know, no amount of studies, in fact, in crisis management could have prepared school leavers for the many waves of COVID-19 and its many variants. For some, It was managing a crisis that was like nothing experienced in our lifetime. Yeah, the situation required a crisis management plan, but no plan, I think, could have anticipated the magnitude of the pandemic. The resilience of the early childhood sector kept them afloat. They have lived to tell the tales, as we say, and especially to share the lessons learned. So we have this panel of practitioners to share with us their experiences, as well as to share with us how we're going to be able to manage the work life with the personal life, attending to the various stakeholders. As the saying goes now in Jamaica, we are trying to manage life and livelihood. So welcome everyone, those who have joined us on YouTube, and especially our panelists. I want to start with Mrs. Suelin Ward Brown as our practitioner who is on the ground. She is the one who is currently managing an early childhood institution. Very good to see you, Mrs. Ward Brown. Very good to see you. I am so proud of you. I need to declare that Suelin and Teresa and I go way back. So I, imagine how proud I am to see them come to where they are now. So congratulations. Yeah, so Mrs. Ward Brown, you are best positioned because you lived it more than our other panelists, and I'll get to them, but share with us your first response and the response of your school and your team to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I must say the first thing that we must recognize is that all persons involved were impacted, and we should never underestimate the effect on those around us. And so for us, we thought first, how can we appeal to our students, our parents, and our team members? So first we recognize, how do you feel? How are you feeling with what is happening? And when we recognize their heart and what they are experiencing, then how can we now help you to cope? And one of four words that really stood out for us during this period was that we must connect, communicate, collaborate, and together we will conquer. And so connecting would mean for us connecting with our parents more than ever, because the parents were thrown in now to not replace, but to now be teachers at home in an environment that they were not prepared for. They have always been and now we were asking of them to be guiding lessons for which many were ill prepared. We had to communicate that because as something I mentioned, sir, the lack of connectivity with the internet was a big challenge, and a lot of our students did not even have electronic devices. And so the first thing we did was to find out what do we available. We found that we decided that we were going to now seek aid in helping us to make the meaningful connections that we needed to make with our students and our parents. So we did a need assessment, how many students were able, who already had devices, those who did not. And then we linked with the business entities in our community. We spoke with our parents asking about their connections, be it at work or even overseas. one of the things we did, we wrote letters on the parents' behalf, asking, because some parents were scared to just approach their bosses, or when they have always been asking cousins and families overseas to send items, but it didn't carry much weight as when the school assisted. And so we wrote letters, stamping it with our seal so that they saw the authenticity of it. And the business owners in the community, even our members of staff, we pulled together to say, how can we provide devices? And I must say, by those efforts, we were able to garner 50 devices to assist our students.
Oh.
Zoom and all of that. And so we had to now relearn how to connect with these students. We had to be doing Google Classroom. So the teachers were very committed. I must commend them, and the parents too. We had parent sessions where we invited them in online to expose to the use of these different platforms. Our teachers, they were always investigating as to how they can assist our students. And so we had a number of meetings initially, not just for academics, but in terms of also allowing the children to discuss what are they treating us at home? How are they feeling? They are missing us. They are missing their friends. And so we wanted to ensure that they kept connected, even though we would have had learning losses, as it would affect everybody, because we did not get to reach 100% of our students during that time. But I must say we went from 30% when the pandemic started to about 70% up to the point when we returned to face-to-face. So I would have counted that as gain.
Yes.
So I think the four things for us that caused us to be maintaining would have been to keep connected, the communication, the collaboration, and to, as much as possible, present the things that were norm to them. So we still had online clubs, and we got the children engaged in sporting activities. We still have our hat days. We still had creative idea things to get the parents involved. We had our tie days and all the things that we would have had if we had face-to-face classes. And I must commend our parents, because whatever we proposed, they agreed with, and they worked with our students in terms of these participation. So they were always looking, what is coming next? What is school doing next? And so we kept them on the ball with games. Robotics Club, asking them to make their items, and we displayed these and gave awards online. So they still felt that kind of love and appreciation, even though we weren't able to touch them physically, but we tried to, as much as possible, to touch the hearts. And we saw where that has caused a tremendous impact on helping us to cope.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ward-Brown. I'm sure you have more that you will want to share with us as you continue through. But we get back to you. I am very happy to see that we have we're going to get an international perspective through Mary Jean Waika, because I some of the literature I read showed me that the virus affected schools in the United States, elsewhere, pretty much the same way it did here. It took them by surprise. And so Ms. Waika, would you be kind enough to just share with us from your where you sit there in Broward College, just how did the schools in your neck of the woods cope, the early childhood institutions? How did they cope at the onset, and how are they managing now?
Well, excuse me, we're managing much better now. It's very different than it was in the beginning. We're still not where we were before, just as Sue and Ward-Brown had mentioned. We're not back to where we were, but it kind of took us as everyone by surprise. One day we were in the schools, and the very next day it was like we're all at home. And so nobody was really prepared. We had to have some really creative thinkers in trying to figure out, what are we going to do? And it's interesting, I'm listening to Sue Lynn Brown talk about the things that they did, and I'm thinking, wow, all over the world, we were doing kind of some of the same things. She had mentioned the connection. You know, we really talked about we need to connect with people. Let's really focus on the social emotional well-being of children. But recognizing that those children do come from families, making sure that we're connecting with those families too. But the other word I wanted to add to Sue Lynn Ward-Brown's list was flexibility. We needed to give grace to everybody and understanding that this is the first time we're all going through this. And we really needed to be patient with people and understanding, like, we started doing Zoom classes and the internet would fail and we would have faces freeze. And it's like, okay, do we turn it off? We turn it back on? What button do I push? We've all learned how to put these blurs in the background now so you can't see what's going on behind us. So we were doing a lot of those same things. The other big thing that we had learned was, in trying to engage the families with their children is that they might, they can't run out. They may not be able to get online materials and bring home. They don't have that that funding, for their families to do that. So what kind of things from around the house can we use in order for children to still gain those same types of things? We can do math with everyday things. We could read stories or pretend to read stories and signs from around our house. And that was really some of the type of, if you want to call it, parent lesson plans that were put together to give to the children. I know some schools, they put together boxes and they were able to, get some construction paper, some glue to some of the families in the neighborhood. And the kids enjoyed seeing the teachers from the car windows waving from the car windows, and they would drop a box on the steps. And then the next day they would use those materials in some of the things that they would then do online. And the other thing that the teachers were telling me was that the routines, even in those Zoom classrooms, those online classrooms, were very important because the children, they became familiar. It was very comfortable for them. Things were very uncertain all around them. But if they knew that Miss Sue Lynn was going to come on and read a story first, they looked forward to hearing that story. And then they might have done a movement activity next. And they really enjoyed having those routines that were the same for the children. But once again, really reflecting back on, maybe some of the academics in the beginning, because we didn't know how long it was going to be. We thought it was just going to be a couple weeks. Let's really just focus on the social emotional of children, what they're feeling and their families, and explaining to families how what they're feeling and what they're going through, their children are going to feel as well. So, so the centers were all closed down. And I know later you'll probably get to some of the other things. So I'll wait till later for those other things. But that's really kind of the essence of what had happened here in our country as well. Sounds very similar to what has gone on in your country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I've seen this similarities in some of the literature I've been reading. Now we have with us two other panelists. They're at the college level, and someone might say they're in the glass house. But I know that at least one of them is a mom. I don't know, Mrs. Myers Ferguson, are you a mom? Yes. So I am. So you had to be working, and you had to be taking care of your little ones, right? So yes. So you have a perspective, and I'd love to hear just how share the experience from institutions with which you're familiar, but also your own experience in coping with the onset of COVID-19.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And I share the sentiments of our previous panelists in terms of connecting with our parents. It was key. I didn't know I could make it when we were plunged in. My daughter just started pre-kinder, 3 years of age, and navigating work. Sometimes, just reflecting on this, it is so emotional. The teacher at the time was very accommodating. Like she understood that I was an educator as well, and I had to be learning the online space to facilitate my lessons and to sit in with my daughter when daddy was not able to sit in. And the collaboration was key in terms of parents, students, school community, the wider stakeholders, everyone needed to be on board. And we saw that coming out for the best interest of our little ones. As it relates to even the online space for us as facilitators, Mrs. Brown can say, I know that it was very challenging for us to move from strictly face-to-face to online. And guess what? Some of our students were parents as well.
That's right.
So it was a balance that we had to create as a team, how best to make the best out of the situation.
Yes, 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 yes. Ms. Brown, you share your perspective with us, please. As I said, I know you're a mom, plus you are a full-time lecturer. So how did you manage to create that balance?
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. The the balance was really a juggling act, because having to stop from college and do all our classes online, that in itself was a little, there were some hiccups because we were not prepared for that at that time. We always had it in the back of our heads that we're going to be doing online classes, but we still were not prepared. So having to do that was that juggling act, you know. But in the midst of that, I also had my 7-year-old son who he has learning challenges. So on a regular day, he's not really focused in class with his teacher. So having to put him now behind a device, now his device was always for games and other activities. So now telling him to pay attention, look at the teacher, listen to what she has to say, it wasn't quite working out as we would have hoped. So having to set up 2 office stations at home, one for him and one for myself. I'm teaching class, he is in his class. A lot of the times I have to be looking over to ensure that he's still there, because he will just get up and go because his focus was very short. Yes. And so sometimes I will hear the teacher calling, where are you? Where are you? And I'm like, why is she calling him? He's right. No, he's not right there. Where did he go? And it was really hard. So I had to be juggling my college classes online with him being absent from where he should be. But his teacher was very good. His teacher was a very good teacher, and she understood that his learning style was not from behind a tablet. And so what she would do after class, they would end at 2. Their day was quite long, and I thought that was a little problem too. You know, trying to mimic the regular school day online. I think some schools made some provisions and you had shorter days, seeing that the children were online for so long. But his school had a regular day from 8:30 till 2. And so he really did not manage very well. But his teacher, understanding his challenges, she would meet him after school to go over some of the things that she knew he was not paying attention to. So I kind of had to just ensure that he did what he had to do, but it was not the best situation for him because of his challenges. I could see other children on the platform and they were okay and they seemed to be, you know, very engaged, but he really did not do very well with online. So I had to do a lot of the catching up, you know, in the afternoons with him.
Yes.
And it was just good for them to go back face to face. So because of his problem, even though everybody else was online, the principal called him in because the teachers were teaching from school because they had children as well. And so all the teachers' children were in a room and they had a teacher for them.
Wow.
And then, so he went and joined the teacher's children's room because the principal realized that he could not manage online. So I was happy for that kind of accommodation for him. And then our college students had a lot of problems with internet connection, not having a device, but over time, you know, it became better. It became better. Auntie sent a tablet. We're able to get tablets for students, you know, donated to them and so on. So over time, we became better at it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And we're getting different perspectives here. You with a special needs youngster. He's 7 already. Wow.
It's actually 9 now.
Oh, yeah, that was 2 years ago. Of course. Wow. Yes. Coping. And I keep hearing the words flexibility, connection, collaboration. And Mrs. Ward-Brown, you had said initially that there were 4 C's. You didn't give us 3. I don't know if you have shortchanged.
Yes, sir. I said when all those come together, we can conquer. Conquer. Let's connect, communicate, collaborate, to conquer. Yes.
Ah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Right. So I'm coming back to you then. Have you conquered?
And we are still trying, we are still fighting. But I would say for many of our students who initially we weren't hearing from them. We even did a few house visits and some were sent off to country. As we said, we did have a lot of learning losses. And so even when we started back in March of this year, face-to-face, there were students who I was just seeing for the first time since 2019. So they would have left here at 3 and came back for 5 years, ready to graduate now. And that gap, we are now trying to fill. So for those who were consistent online, I must say they have made they have grown significantly. But for those who missed out on it all, it's really a challenge right now trying to get them prepared for grade 1. But we are doing, the best that we can. And I'm praying that some of the grade 1 teachers will definitely be patient and not thinking that these 4 months were able to recover fully for those 2 years that many students would have lost. We can't take it for granted that everybody had internet access, even though they may have gotten devices. And so one of the things that we also did was, even though in the pandemic, and I was basically still at school almost every day, giving access to persons who did not have access at home. So we invited some parents to sit at different locations on the compound where they were adequately spaced, so they could take the students, but they had to sit with their child or have a caregiver sit with the child to assist them. So they were able to connect with the teachers were home, but students were here and being supervised to connect with what was happening. Another thing too that we did to try and we had to change up how the lessons were delivered online. Not everybody was able to sit through the day. So what we had asked the teachers to do, and flexibility came in here again, was to video the lesson, record them and then post these videos, because not all the parents had the chance to sit with the child for the day. So all the lessons from circle time throughout were video different sessions, the guided numeracy, literacy, story time, all the activities. And then they were posted in the Google Classroom where the parent can access at a time convenient to them. I even asked them to give grace as it related to the homework assignments being turned in on time. So say at the end of each day, you would have given homework and you expect that it is returned promptly. I would say give at least a week. So by Saturday, the homework for that week should be submitted. So if the parent has challenges on Monday because they too have to be at work and they have asked a smaller, sometimes siblings had to be watching siblings while they are in classes because mommy, sometimes it's single parent households and they're having a challenge with one device. And so we had to give grace to these students and parents and say, okay, you're unable to stay up, come on at 9, but could you at least let the child watch the videos and do the activities whenever it's convenient? If it's even on a weekend to catch up, when you're not at work, so they could watch from Monday to Friday, on the weekend, if so. We also ask that the teachers made the activities as lively as possible, not all sitting at the table, because we know our babies and that they like to move. So for numeracy, let them use things in the home. So we would say, get up now and go get this, go get that. So they're not just static, but they were moving about, and I think that really helped to keep them interested. So I told my teachers, and I must commend them, because you know that without a good team, you could not have accomplished this. They were the TikToks, they were the games, because the children like the games, and so they tried to create lessons that would mimic some of the games that the students would have been accustomed to before. And so that really got the children interested in wanting to turn up for classes, because they wanted to see what teacher was coming with next. And that was something that I must say, I must commend the teachers for being so innovative and flexible in pushing forth what we discussed into action.
Excellent, excellent. So I want to move it a little further now and ask the panel, each of you, if you would respond to what are some sustainable strategies that you would recommend for future crises, pandemics. You know, who knows, you know, what form the crisis may take. But what looking back on how you have navigated through this pandemic, what are some takeaways, some sustainable, and I stress the word sustainable, strategies that you would recommend to those who are listening, those who are maybe not coping as well as you are doing there, Mrs. Ward Brown. Just to share some of those with us, if you don't mind. Mrs. Waika, would you like to start?
Yeah, one of the things that that I have done, now I'm a professor at a college, so it's a little bit a different take, but I think a lot of the things are still the same, in that I have a file on my laptop computer that whenever I see things now, it's like, you know what, if I'm ever in this situation again, here's something I can use. And I don't have to do anything with it, but I can put it over there for now. And then if it comes up, then I can be able to be not ahead of the game, but you know, on my game, in order so that I can start right where I left off. The other thing that I had learned from teaching classes online is that, as some people said, they have children at home. And I always try to incorporate their children, their family, in their activities and in their assignments. So, and how I learned this one day was, it was like we're heading into the second year. So we'd been in lockdown for about a year. And I noticed that one of the students in my class had a newborn with her on her lap. And it was right at the end of the class. And I said, oh, look, a baby. We love babies. Hold up your baby. Let me see her. So she held up the baby, kind of like, uh-oh, am I in trouble because I'm supposed to be studying here and my child's with me? And I'm like, oh, no, we're early childhood. We love babies. Next thing I know, about 10 other mommies all of a sudden are like holding up their babies. And so we had to embrace that. And at the end of every class, we had a hold up your baby moment. It was just for a few seconds at the end, but it made those people feel like, okay, I'm okay, they're okay, she's okay with this. And that's, you know, more of those connections. So, so if you were to ask me going forward, thinking of different ways of making those connections. I would never have called students before, but during this time, just to make sure that they were okay, hearing about their mental health that they're going through, being, you know, feeling that, uh-oh, I need to call them and make a connection. They may not have anybody else. And so I would really, those are some of the things that I would really say are the things going forward. And it doesn't cost any money to be nice to people, you know, so that to me is really where it's at.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Mrs. Myers Ferguson, how about you?
Yes, thanks. I concur with Mary, what she said in terms of at the tertiary level. I learned so many things. And something to take away is the blended approach that we had online, which is synchronous and asynchronous sessions that we implemented, where that flexibility, where the students would join me face to face for the live sessions. All sessions were recorded and uploaded because of the connectivity issues that they had as well. And then we had the asynchronous session where it was self-paced in a meaningful way. And we even set time bounds in terms of submitting assignments set for the day. They had, 48 to 72 hours to submit, to keep them on task, because we're still in a learning institution. And going forward for face-to-face, the blended approach, I think we're still going to have that flexibility where we have the face-to-face session 1 week, and the next week we would set the pace online, whatever we have to do. So give them some flexibility, because we know of the strain that we're facing economically now in terms of mobility, moving from one area to the next. So an ease on the pocket in terms of fare, gas, to come into face-to-face. And then the next week, you have that to stay home. I also had a check-in session online that I will continue. I always check up on them, but it was so meaningful to them. I said, hey, let me know what's your mental space like. I had pre-engagement activities different. And let me tell you something that we have to keep is using the global space to know what is happening in Finland, what is happening in Sweden, Australia, USA, what are the best practices that we can implement, and we share our views. So the literature comes in very handy for us to be in the know as to what is happening. So the check-in sessions, I will definitely continue face-to-face, and they told me that it was meaningful to them for me to ask them, how are you doing? How are you doing?
Great, great. Teresa, how about you?
I agree totally with Mrs. Myers Ferguson, because we had some similar takeaways from this pandemic in terms of checking up on our students and just ensuring that they are okay, because we had some near misses. We had students in hospital. We had, persons missing exams because of, having COVID and being away and so on. And so we really liked the fact that we could, connect with our students. But even more so, I think the collaboration in terms of having the students, although they're not in the same geographical location, they were still able to collaborate to do their assignments, because now they can create their own Zoom platform. And so we remember when they were face-to-face, and especially our part-time program, where we have persons coming together and they're all over the place, having to come together now to plan for activities and for assignments. It was difficult for some of them, can we meet at Hope Gardens, or no, I have to keep my son out, So now they're able to know we can create a Zoom meeting, and then everybody can come on. So I think in that kind of technology is working for them. They're able to collaborate easier, to have their assignments done and so on. And I think as an institution, I think based on the fact that we are able to provide Wi-Fi for them if they are here, because some persons live on campus, and then we still have some classes that are face-to-face, and we have classes that are online. And I took Mrs. Myers Ferguson's point, where sometimes it's hard for them, even though you want to say the first and the second years coming for face-to-face, it's hard for them to still get the bus fare, find the taxi fare to come up here. And sometimes we want to be flexible to say, even though you're required to have online classes, maybe for the 1 hour class, could you meet the students online instead of them having to come from wherever to come? So I think we as lecturers and as administrators, we are looking into how best we can facilitate the students, because it is hard for everybody. The pandemic has hit everybody really hard. And so sometimes we just cannot manage. And I think we are a little bit more emotionally intelligent, and we listen more to what our students have to say. And I think our compassion meter has gone up a little bit more.
Like the compassion meter. Yes. Yeah. I would like to have your response to that. Thank you very much for those I've noted. Mrs. Wardburn, I'm coming back to you. But to what extent has quality been a casualty of the new arrangements? Where, based on where you are, to what extent has quality, because it's one thing having people present, bodies in class or in front of a device, but quality education is still what we all aim for. To what extent would you say quality became or is now a casualty of these new arrangements? Who wants to start with that one? Mrs. Wardburn, how about you?
Okay, sir.
Working with those.
That is something that I have asked myself, even to this point, because I mean, it may, and we're sending students to grade 1, and the quality of students that we would have sent prior to the pandemic, I fear that is not the same that's going to grade 1 right now. Yes, you will have students whose their parents and the family support would have been great, and those students seem to have be at the level of mastery that we would have liked to see, reading at the grade 1 level and above. But we found that just being online, in terms, one thing that really was sacrificed was penmanship for sure. The writing, because online, even though we would have demonstrated, when you're there and to actually say, okay, let's do this together, while the child is at home, and sometimes the parents, they are not the experts, so they do the best they can, but it's not to the standard that we would have liked previously. And so I do believe that the quality has suffered greatly. But what I take for comfort is that we try to get the mental, the cognitive part of it to be on par somewhat. Yes. The reading also suffered a great deal for many who were out, and sometimes parents don't know the know-how in terms of the teaching of reading and how to assist the students fully. So we found that a lot of rote came back in place. Some of the things that we would have tried to get away from if we assign a passage, and we would have diligently gone through the rules and how to apply it in solving these this sentence or decoding, that part, it was not as efficient online as I believe face-to-face would have been. So yes, that is a struggle that we have. And one thing though I must say in moving forward to the question that you asked before is that our pool of persons, we must recognize that we need a pool of persons so if a next pandemic should come, none of us knows it all. And so we have to depend on each other. I have learned so much from our parents. Some are technologically savvy. They were able to say, okay, can we set up online? I will manage this account for you. They would get the ones to set up the Twitter accounts. And so we have to connect with people all over the world. How are you coping overseas? How can I implement that? So I think that having a pool of persons from different spheres is necessary, as if a pandemic should hit again, we don't feel as just Jamaicans or just worldwide, but connecting all over with our, and so yes, it's a core team. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ms. Waika?
Yeah, so as far as quality goes, what I'm finding from the directors who I talk with on a regular basis is that a lot of their funding that they could have used for classroom supplies need now to go for more cleaning supplies, for gloves, for masks, for all those sort of things. They have less children in the classroom now, so they're getting paid less per classroom. So some of those issues around having the supplies and being creative around that. As far as the children, as far as what they're able to do, what I'm hearing is that some of the language has, for the younger children, their language is not at par from from what they thought in the past, because they're not having those models around them. The parents might be on their devices working from home. The older siblings are on their devices working from home. And so they're not getting that language. Also, what you're finding is that children who have special needs, who need to see the mouth moving when they're learning how to talk, and now we have masks on them. So someone very cleverly found those clear masks for children, but they also found that more people with children with hearing impairments that they didn't know about, because now that the masks are on, they weren't able to, we subconsciously read lips when we talk to people. And that was what they had found out as well. And so stranger anxiety was another one that some of the directors are saying, that these kids had been in their own homes for 2 years. And, an 18-month-old is, usually you find to have stranger anxiety, but they hadn't been around people. So we're finding 3.5- and 4-year-olds who are afraid of people because they hadn't been around them before. So it's learning those, learning how to work in a team, even for 5- and 6-year-olds. They're kind of behind because they never had that opportunity to play with other children before.
Oh. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Mrs. Miles Ferguson, you want to speak about quality in the new arrangements which we've had to make?
Well, I have twofold in terms of quality as a parent and as a facilitator. Indeed. I don't think much my daughter was affected over the 2 years, apart from socialization, because she excelled. And because I have the experience from early childhood to tertiary, the penmanship that Mrs. Ward Brown was talking about, I was able to give her that. I have a board here, and I was able to teach her the formation, but I do know that it would adversely affect other students.
Yes.
When she returned to school, I was fearful at first, and then after research and everything, I sent her out. In Jamaican term, I was ready to throw her over the wall. I needed her to be back with her friends. When I picked her up the first week and when I saw them in class, it was such a pleasure to see them, that socialization. So for quality, I think the school did a very good job, and she had a good parental support. So she was not left behind. As it relates to the tertiary level, I am a constant researcher. I have a son in University of South Florida, and I would ask him best practices from his professors as well. Okay. I say to him, show me what they're doing, what is new, and I would implement it in my classes, and I would share also with my team, the early education team. We can try this. Our institution did a lot of personal development with us, experts from all over, and that was good. I don't think our students suffered in terms of content, but they suffered in terms of the socialization again.
Yes.
They suffered there. And we have lobbied for the best way forward, face-to-face, in semester, who will be in, who will be out in terms of spacing, and they need that. What suffered was, and I'm sure Ms. Brown can speak to that, like the tactile things we would teach them in practile, chart making, writing on the whiteboard, writing on the chalkboard, setting up the different corners in the classroom. We had to be innovative. I had to find videos. It wasn't the same, because when we go out now on practicum, the pedagogy is there. The pedagogy is there, but the skill set, classroom management, I had to do a lot of work with my students who I mentored. Many sessions on Zoom, when I go and I observe them the first week for practicum, I said, postmortem time. And we had sessions online and they were very receptive. And all my other supervisors, they were saying that they had to do a lot of these sessions. And I would be able to say, Sue, I saw so-and-so in the class. Let us try this. So here next time, let us try this. So we had to be doing a lot of research because that was absent, the face-to-face experience to monitor behavior, monitor writing skills, chart making skills, because technology, high technology, is not effective in all cases. It has its space.
Yes, yes, indeed.
So that is my perspective, twofold.
Yes,
Parent
as parent.
and facilitator.
Yes, and I'm sure Ms. Brown can speak to both as well.
I can. Well, I wouldn't say unfortunately, because it wasn't really like his fault, but I changed my son's school mainly because I realized he just was not managing, and the school was very fast paced, right? So even though he was going in face to face, it was quite fast for him. And having done a reassessment, I realized that he needed a smaller school setting. So I found a school, and this was now a school with a smaller school setting that they were face-to-face throughout the pandemic. They did not close, they did not go online. Because it's a small school with small numbers and, like individualized attention. And so he was enrolled in that school and he has been doing well in the school. So since him being able now to be face-to-face, I could see that, and getting the differentiated instruction, it worked for him. So thank God there was no learning loss, but it just takes him a longer time to, to get the content. So in that regard, I'm happy I made that change for him. Now, where the college community is concerned, we pretty much threw the learning in the laps of the students, because when we did our live classes, sometimes no cameras would come on. You try and insist, and they will tell you that it takes up more of their data and so on. And you have to understand, remember the compassion meter was
Yes.
And you could understand, but you really did not know what was going on behind those little initials that were on the screen. And so the learning was really in their lap. And unfortunately, sometimes at exam time, you realize that the learning was not going on behind, although the teaching was going on, and it was rigorous, and the recordings were there and they could always go back. Sometimes you did not see the results of what was going on. And you had to kind of implore that, listen, you've spent all this money to do this. Yes, we're in a pandemic and it's not the ideal situation for us to be online, but we're trying to keep each other safe. So do the best that you can do, right? And so it wasn't a widespread thing, but you could pick up the pockets of probably just turn on the camera and gone. You're there calling to the student and nobody's answering you, that kind of a thing. So we had that challenge. And so I believe, because if the students are here in front of you, they have nowhere to hide. So it would be easy for you to call on a to answer a question. And I mean, they had all the tricks in the book. The minute you call their name, they're offline. And then later on you hear, oh, miss, my internet went out. When the question is passed and gone, that kind of thing. So it wasn't because we, didn't do what we were supposed to do. Sometimes the students had some tricks. But I think overall, the students caught on very quickly that we were not going to just leave them, you know, to suffer because of the pandemic. We did the best that we could do.
Yes.
We had our Moodle page, we uploaded. At this time, the students are not even buying books. So we have to find the resources, upload the resources for them. You can't say you don't know what to read because we're providing it for you. And so we did the best that we could from our end to make them successful. And thank God, many of them, you know, took that, ran with it, and have been successful in their studies.
Yes.
I think we try to maintain that quality assurance to ensure that the students got what they're supposed to get, although it was in an unconventional way to us because we are accustomed face-to-face. But one good thing I think that came out of it, we were able to enroll a lot more part-time students from all across the island. Because now the part-time program was online.
Yes.
The part-time program was online, and now they did not have to think I have to leave from Westmoreland and come to Shortwood to study. So we have had, you know, students from all over, and it's just refreshing to know that we're able to, through this medium, to touch the lives of persons who we probably would not have originally gotten to come to the college because of the geographical location. But I think right now we are doing well with that. And I don't see the part-time program coming face-to-face.
Coming face-to-face again, ever? No?
But I think we needed to jumpstart that online offering.
Yes.
And the pandemic was able to give us that jumpstart to have online.
Almost like a push start rather than a jump start.
I think it was a shove.
Something like that.
It was really a shove.
Yes. Mrs. Thompson Blair is looking in the chat for questions from our those who are with us via YouTube. Coming up, she'll be sharing some of those questions, if indeed there are questions. I have a couple more questions for you though, because one of the things I want you to think about, and we have 3 persons here at the tertiary level, I want to hear about your plans for research. Mrs. Myers, for example, says she's constantly researching. So I want to know, what are your plans to document this experience? That's one, but I want the question I'm throwing out to everyone as well. That's going to be your final question. So I'm giving you the paper before the exam, you notice. Your final question is, you've been asked to develop a plan for the future. Based on what you've learned from COVID-19 and the preparation and the experience, what are the factors, what are the things that you would include, some must-have in that plan? All right, just bear that in mind. But I want to go back to, and Mrs. Ward-Brown is getting extra question here. Last of the two for you, Mrs. Ward-Brown, is which of your stakeholders did you find most challenging? Because you have your parents, you have your team members, your teachers, your board, and you know, you also have your students, the end users. They're the ones you're mostly concerned about. So which ones did you find most challenging dealing with, connecting with, communicating with, and conquering, to use that word?
Sir, the most challenging one would have been the parents.
The parents.
Yes. Wow. Yes, I must say that the teachers were quite up to the task in terms of, you know, being available. During the pandemic, I must give God thanks that nobody called in ill for any of those days. They were always eager to, Miss, I learned this new strategy. Can we share with the team? So I must say that I'm happy with the teaching staff. They turned up. They sat in on Zoom classes in the morning, even with 2 students. They were teaching as if they had 20. And so I'm happy with that. But the parents, we do have some parents who were recommended publicly and privately because they were available, but there were some other parents who we had a challenge seeing any at all. We lost touch. All the numbers did not work. We tried with home visits, wanting to get back some students, and we weren't able to make those connections. So for the parents that did turn up, well, but we did not have the cohort that we would have loved to see. So those were the hardest to get through. And then it's difficult too because they have work, and no, not many have flexible work hours, and some still had to go in for face-to-face work, even though during the lockdown, some were health workers, police, and so on. So they were essential workers and had to be at work. So it was difficult for the parents.
Okay. Did you, in trying to get the parents to serve as quasi teachers, I would say, did you do any kind of training?
Yes, sir. We had to. And so we had videos for the parents in demonstrating how to help the students with their letters, pronunciation of letters. Even with the penmanship, we taught them the parent session only, how to cope, and even listening to their child at home, knowing that the children sometimes were afraid too. So when a family member is ill or they lost someone due to COVID-19, don't just let it hang as if you're the only one grieving. So we had a number of sessions with our parents constantly. For the education aspect and also for the whole well-being, for the emotional side as well. Because we found that if the emotional side was off, the mommy was angry, or the child, it had a negative reaction on the child. So we had a number of sessions and check-ins at least once per month with our parents to ensure that they were progressing along with us as we would have liked.
Excellent. Great. So now for that final question, Mrs. Thompson-Blair, you're looking whether there are any questions there. Thank you very much. So the final question from me, well, maybe the final, we don't know, is let's talk about this plan going forward. And the tertiary personnel here, also I want to hear about your research plans, because this is a great opportunity. We shouldn't allow this to go by without documenting in a meaningful way. Yeah. So let's start with Ms. Waika on this one again. Yes.
Yeah, so what we've learned is that, and I love the way Mrs. Brown put it, we put it in the laps of the students. But yet we really do need to figure out more interactive ways in order to get them, and they're out there, I'm sure people might know what Kahoot is, these ways of just trying to get them to make sure that they didn't fall asleep on the couch because we only see their initials up there, but trying to incorporate more, not just technology, but interactive technology for students so that they're able to feel like they want to sit up straight and listen to what we have to say. Learning more ways. I was never a big person of doing a lot of group projects in class because I was always the person in school that did the majority of the work in those group projects. So knowing that, I always felt like it's not fair to one of the people in that group. So trying to figure out how to have students who are connecting to each other within that class so that they can do well in the class and participate as a whole person within that class. And then getting students to somehow recognize, they think that an online class is going to be easier. But yet we all know it's so much more work. They have to do so much more reading, so much more of doing things on their own. And so that's why I'm trying to figure out more of those ways, more interactive ways, so that it's not just reading something, because not all my students enjoy reading. Even though they're going to be teachers someday, not all of them enjoy reading, but trying to figure out understanding that people learn in different ways, trying to get a mix up, and not just YouTube type of, for getting material, but different ways of getting material. So that's kind of when I'm out there looking at things, those are the things I'm trying to figure out more of to bring into my class.
Excellent, excellent. Mrs. Myers Ferguson?
Yes, Dr. Clark.
The plan.
For going forward for our students, the emotional well-being is first on our agenda. We have a task force in place in terms of the resumption strategy for the MICO going forward. So we have a task force in place. So not everything is finalized as yet. We're hearing department by department, faculty by faculty, what is the best way that we can approach this. And we have, you know, that we have uniqueness because there are some departments that are very practical, like physical education is very practical, the sciences, a lot of lab work. For our department, early education, we have 2 programs, early childhood and primary. So we have asked for our practical courses to be face-to-face as much as possible, and then the blended approach for the others. Group work, as Mrs. Woyoka said, something that I'm going to go forward with, I used Padlet a lot. And for Padlet, it is real time. When you set it, it comes in on the device to see what they are what their responses are. And what I try to do is respond to them. You see, because not because a session, I try to inculcate this in my students, not because you have an asynchronous session, that means you're going to be absent because they're already absent in the synchronous session. So you have to force them to get active in the asynchronous.
Yes.
When they send in their responses, based on whatever research I say that I ask them to do, I respond to them same time. So you get that feel, that connectivity, that even though I am not in class, I am being attended to.
Yes.
So documenting the way forward, that immediate response going forward is necessary. Their well-being is necessary. Very, very important. I've never heard of so many mental health illness cases until the pandemic hit.
You're quite right.
So we're thinking of all of that as our plan. And as I said, we have a task force in place. So we're fleshing out the needs and what works best in the new dispensation.
Okay. All the best.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown.
Yes, sir. I think we are taking a more, collaborative effort, especially at the department level. I heard Mrs. Myers Ferguson, they have lots of good things going on down at the MICO. And I say that we are encouraging, especially, department members. We've already started because we have had a department member who has, presented some research geared towards, COVID-19 already.
Good.
But I think collaborating and putting our thoughts together to see how best we can even support our own students, because we realize that even though there might be some mental health issues with students, they're physical as well. Students cannot even go into their uniforms. They're coming to school in plain clothes. Miss, I cannot hold in the uniform and I don't have money to buy new uniforms at this time. So I think we need to take that holistic approach.
Yes.
In terms of when we do our research, we see how the pandemic and how everything has really affected our students in that holistic way.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
we have students who are parents as well. And it's just hard for everybody. So I think that is the way that we will go in terms of, research. And it has also sparked or let me phrase it correctly. We have reignited our spark with the practicing school next door. So we are, in the process of collaborating more with the infant department. I don't know if I can take this opportunity to say that we have a webinar that we're doing next week with the parents in the infant department, because I think it is important for us now to even help the parents, you know, during Child Month, to just focus a little bit more on their children. And so our department will be putting that webinar on to get the parents to, you know, take that fresh look at how they can listen to their children and talk with their children some more.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we're on the ball.
Thank you very much. Lots going on there going forward. Mrs. Thompson Blair, you have any questions from our participants on YouTube?
Okay, we have 2 questions here.
Okay.
One is persons have been hearing the panelists speaking about the learning loss for students, but they want to know, while managing the learning loss, how did your institution manage the mental health for teachers?
Yes.
So I don't know who wants to go first to respond to that one.
All right. Mental health for teachers. That is something very important. And one of the things that, as we spoke about, building connections with our families. And I say families because we consider our members of staff as family. We give an ear to what it is that they're feeling. So before we start any session or we go into any active training of the cognitive and how we're going to be assisting our students, we first always ask, how are you? And when we say, how are you, don't mean I am fine, thank you. We would like to know what is happening with the real you. And so if it is that it requires us crying together, we have had family members who have lost their loved ones during the pandemic. And when they know that we were there for them, we were helping to organize funerals, visiting their home and delivering items to say, you know what, you are not alone. That made a difference. And so we always want to do check-ins with our staff, because if the staff is not well, they won't filter down to our students well. And so one of the things is that we are family. So we may not always agree, but we love each other. And because of that, they feel that in the workspace. And because of that, they now carry that through in their job. So it's not just about teaching, but it's about you first, and then we go into teaching.
Absolutely. This is part of the Maslow before Bloom, right?
Yes, sir.
That approach. Yes. Yeah, excellent.
I can jump in there if you'd like. Our school started a mental health Wednesday. And so we would get an email every Wednesday. I guess they started it Monday, which, you know, Mental Health Monday sounds, you know, better, but no one was responding to that. So they went to Wednesday, and they would have things like an online yoga. They would have like just like, if you want to call it like a happy hour at the end of the day, you know, just to get and meet and greet and talk to everybody, to see, you know, just so that we could connect with everybody. They were just, it was just information in the beginning. We were not knowing, was the information we were receiving, was it true or not true? So it was like helping us with the correct information so that we can then give that to the people who we worked with. But that was the biggest thing, was, you know, just having these, there was one where on the Mental Health Wednesday where it was like a weight loss program where we could connect together, and there was like a walking program where you could bring your phone with you and walk with people. Even though we weren't together, we were together doing that. So that was some of the ways in which they could, that my school had helped in doing that. They also had access to a mental health clinic if we needed to have that. And so that was another thing that we were able to use.
Excellent. Great. Let's take the other question, Mrs. Thompson Blair, if there's another.
Okay, yes, there's another. It says, what strategy did your school use to manage emotional well-being for your teachers? Did you also, I think Miss Brown spoke about compassion meters for students. So they wanted to know if you did the compassion meters for teachers.
Yes.
Yes, we did. For the MICO, we had sessions put on by HR department. The experts would come in and give us tidbits as to how we deal with our emotional mental state. And as a department also, take it a little bit closer in the family. We're there for each other for anything at all. That support. We did not work within work hours alone. And if someone wasn't too savvy here, it wasn't a problem for someone to just chip in and do whatever it needs to be done. So we were, that collaboration, that family spirit, we use that a lot to ensure that the whole person, the whole being was catered for.
Excellent. Excellent. And Mrs. Ward Brown did speak to some of the things she did with her staff. We hope that would have added to the information and would have helped that person with the question. Ladies, it's been my pleasure. And they do say that time flies when you're having fun, but believe it or not, we are out of time. And I just really wanted us quickly remind us of what for me are the major takeaways. The importance of, I like Mrs. Ward Brown's approach. She says the first thing they dealt with was the feelings, and the importance of connecting, communicating, collaborating to conquer. But Ms. Waika did add, and rightly so, flexibility. Yes, which you all spoke to about the parents, the teachers especially being very flexible with the children, trying to accommodate everyone, understanding the situation. We were all in this together. The idea of recording the lessons so that persons who had bad connection during the live lesson could always go back and access it. Going forward we're going to see more of a blended approach. I think that is here to stay. And we have all learned about check-in. And it's important, that check-in. How are you? It's not just fine, but what's going on with you today? Yes, that's going to happen, I think. I like the idea of we're going to continue using the technology to connect, yes, but more interactive technology, indeed, which will prevent them, Teresa, from falling asleep, signing in and leaving. So Padlet may be one of the things which give an immediate response. Good, some very good ideas, And I want to thank you very much for sharing. And I hand back to the very capable Denise Thompson-Blair. Thank you very much, Mrs. Thompson-Blair.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, and our astute panelists. I'm telling you, I really loved the initiatives that you all spoke about within your institutions. I can say publicly now that some of those issues at the Michael College, Mrs. Ferguson and Ms. Brown speaks of, I was guilty of a few. So, it's good to confess now, but it has been a challenging time, and how each person managed and maneuvered, it's really by the grace of God, how we got through. And I think it's always said that in every adversity, there are opportunities for success. And one thing I must give thanks for is the fact that COVID has taught us now to really care a little more about individuals, because we were so busy in our schedules, we forget to check in with persons. So it really makes us now think twice, and that compassion is coming to the fold a little more. So no longer do we take it for granted that swelling is okay, but you're making a concerted effort to touch base and connect with people. So I am thankful for that. So indeed, it was an excellent session, as always. We have gotten some sustainable strategies that we can go forward with, moving the sector. And I just want to commend each and every one of you for the roles that you are playing within your early childhood institutions and the tertiary at the tertiary level as well. We also are so appreciative of our international panelists as well. So we recognize that we are one. You know, the issues are still the same no matter where you go in the world. People are people, you know, and that connectivity is important. So once again, thank you. And we are looking forward to each and every one of you being a part of another session going forward in 2023. Okay, so have a wonderful day. So to my participants, I am asking you, please do not forget to complete our evaluation forms because we need to have your views as to how you consider this session. We also would like you to tweet, send the link to a friend so that they can come on for our next session. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel, but ensure that you rejoin our next masterclass leadership conversation, which will begin at 11 a.m. And this will be on the topic, remaining human in a digital era. So that's going to be quite an interesting one. So stay tuned and we'll see you back in a few. Have a wonderful day, my panelists.
Thank you. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Thank you.
And same for you, Mrs. Thompson Blair.
Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities and in fact the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities and in fact the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone, and welcome back to Track 6 Masterclass Leadership Conversations. I am your moderator, Denise Thompson Blair, and I am so excited that you have decided to register for this life-changing experience. And I know you will be further impressed with the powerful lineup of experts that the Early Childhood Commission have put together for this one-of-a-kind virtual conference, where the focus is mainly on you and how from these sessions you will gain insight and strategies on how to live your greatest life in 2022 and beyond. Now, I know each presenter or panelist will empower and continue to inspire you into action as they will provide you with the right tools that you need to lead in these times to become the best version of yourself. So as I told you before, our next conversation that we will be having this morning will be on remaining human in a digital era with our presenter, Mr. Christopher Colliard. Now, leading from the heart means leading from that place where you are engaging others with purpose, you're taking responsibility for action, and learning how to trust your heartfelt instincts in times of trouble. Now, the objective of this workshop is to empower leaders to lead with their heart and take a humanized approach to managing people. Therefore, the workshop will explore how leaders can look ahead and innovatively adjust processes and tools, but use digital technology to enhance human bonds, but not eliminate them. So let me introduce our presenter, Mr. Christopher Colliard. He is a lecturer and ICT consultant based in Kingston, Jamaica at the University of Technology. Mr. Colliard graduated from the University of the West Indies with a Master's of Science in Management Information Systems and a Bachelor's of Business Administration, sorry. He is a member of the Information Systems Audit and Control Association and also the Institute of Internal Auditors, and is a certified information systems auditor. And I guess I'm getting it right, sir. CompTIA Security Plus certified. Okay, wonderful. He has served as an ICT consultant to Caban Consultancy, where he worked to draft the CARIFORUM ICT Services Strategic Plan and Implementation Plan in 2016. And he represented the Ministry of Commerce at an ICT forum for developing countries in China in May 2016. He has also served as Information Systems Auditor at the HeartTrust NTA, where he specialized in IT risk management and assurance from February 2011 to August 2014. And he has also served as Systems Analyst Programmer at the Port Authority of Jamaica, where he specialized in port operations systems development from June 2007 to February 2011. In his free time, Mr. Colliard enjoys photography and is a portrait and fine art photographer. His work has appeared in a wide range of publications. So as usual, before we get started, I always ask you to make sure that you complete our evaluation forms for the end of our session. I'm also letting you know that there will be a 15 minutes for questions and answers after the presentation. So if you have any questions, I am going to ask that you please put those in the chat so I can field those to Mr. Colliard and he will answer once time allows us to. So once again, let me thank you for joining, and I am going to hand over to our able presenter, Mr. Colliard. Mr. Colliard, over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing great. Doing great.
All right, so today we have a very interesting topic, which is how to remain human during the digital age. And it's a very interesting topic from the perspective that there's not really one way to really approach it. There are several tracks that we can actually, or several paths that we can actually use to approach it. So let me just pull up my PowerPoint, share the screen, and then we can dive right into it. All right, I'm hoping at this point in time, we can all see my screen. Let's just start this. All right, so the topic, how to remain human in a digital era. We live in a digital era, and as a result of living in a digital era, we are in an information age. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the information age and what that means. But the way we used to operate 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, those theories, those paths, those methodologies of way of doing things, they don't exist anymore. And as a result of that change, we have to change with the times. We have to change with the technology. So the way we used to approach something, you know, a couple years ago, we can't really approach it now because the space has changed. So the first thing I wanted to kind of talk about or to look at today, or pretty much what our objective is for today, is how can leaders look ahead to innovate and to change their processes and tools without actually eliminating the bond that we would have, social interaction. Because sometimes when we have our technology with us, and when you really think about the technology that we have, there are technologies that they really follow us everywhere we go, right? You know, you're at home, you're at work, you're commuting, like we're constantly connected to the internet. We're constantly, you know, trying to communicate. We're constantly trying to engage and find information and do research and engage with each other. But how do we actually still maintain that human interaction, maintain that bond, so that it's not rigid or it's robotic? If you kind of look back at the cover image that I had here, you have like a human face that's kind of in a robot. How do we still maintain those ties and those connections? And that's kind of what we want to focus on today. Because pre-COVID, things were good. Like we were like face to face, and we're, you know, doing our thing in terms of being able to, you know, be in the same room and connect and have socials and kind of figure out who we are. But COVID came and it kind of shook up things a little bit in the fact that we had to kind of pivot and not necessarily be in the same place and in the same room. And we were now separated physically. But then all of a sudden we had to start using all of these technologies. And yes, there is a rush now to kind of go back to that face-to-face, to that physical presence. But it doesn't mean that the technology is going to leave us. Actually, what we've experienced the last 2 years, or 18 months to 2 years, is really a template to kind of what the future will be. So it's very interesting in terms of how we're going to have to look at it. Now, a question I want to ask you, I really thought that we were all going to be in the same chat room today, but a question I want to ask, and maybe we could, feed some responses to the moderator, is what does it really mean to be a human? I would love to hear that. What does it really mean to be human? I'll give you a minute to put it in the chat window, because I want this to be interactive. I don't want it to be, I'm just here talking to you. But if I were to ask, what does it mean to be a human, and I wanted to know the answer, I would say to be a human, it means to be a part of a group, be a part of a society, maybe have some form of code or standard that I live by, some value system, or maybe it's to find a purpose, or maybe it is to find or to go on this journey of lifelong learning, right? There's so many different meanings. And to really think about it, there isn't really a set meaning. There isn't really a simple answer or answer that we can actually say, this is the answer to what it really means to be human. But when we really think about it, and we think about the complexity of this question, we're really talking about what it really means to be a person, right? And when we talk about what it means to be a person, we're really talking about the capabilities, the attributes, or maybe the morality, the consciousness, the self-consciousness, the self-awareness that we have, that we will walk this journey of life on, in also being a part of a culture, a society, a group, an organization, a team that will have some form of social relations. And that word social relations, I think, is really, really important. Because even when we're going through the COVID era, we were talking about social distancing. So we realize that social relations is very, very important to the human experience, or the experience of just being a person, or having, you know, positive self-esteem and so forth. So when we talk about being a social being or being a person who's in a social context, we're really talking about kind of being a part of a culturally established form of social relationships. And there's a lot of
Mr.
dynamics.
Colliard?
Yes.
Yes, sorry to pause your presentation, but we have some responses to your question.
Perfect.
What does it mean to be human? So Shireen says we have feelings and emotions. That's what it means from her perspective. Theresa Brown says to have feelings and to be able to connect with feelings. Miss Court says a human is a being that exists with feelings and emotions. And Miss Lorene says to be human to me means to have and manage feelings and emotions. So you're getting the feelings and emotions coming out in everyone's comment so far.
Okay, thank you to all those who you know, passed on your comments to Ms. Blair. Thanks for sharing, and I really find it very interesting.
Also, Chris, would you be able to turn up your sound a little more?
Okay, yeah. They're saying
turn it
low.
up.
Okay,
Right.
no problem.
Perfect. Good.
So, yeah, so it's really, really interesting that we've kind of looked at it, or we've approached the answers to what it means to be a human being, or what it means to be human, by actually saying things like feelings and emotions and connection. And we're actually going to talk about that later on. So I find it fascinating that we've said that. So I really appreciate you know, that contributed. Because when we really talk about it, we are emotional beings. And maybe sometimes, even as a man, I say, oh, a man mustn't have emotion, or I mustn't be too emotional. But it doesn't change the fact that we are emotional beings. And we do have feelings that we have to process. And we do also have to be able to interact with other person's emotions and read other person's emotions. But then in an online context where you're reading a message, you're seeing a black screen and you're having a meeting, how do you really interpret those emotions? How do you really understand those emotions? How do you really connect with someone when you cannot see them, when you cannot touch them, when you're not in the same room? And I think that's really something that we really have to talk about. So to kind of, give you a short definition, and I'm kind of like building up to something bigger right here, is that when we talk about social relations, we're really talking about it from the perspective of two or more persons, right? So it can be any type of relationship, right? You know, it could be professional, personal, family. It could be in a religious, setting, or just a casual setting, right? Any two persons coming together in a group, coming together, and then from those groups and from those interactions, we start to have some norms and cultural things that kind of pop up. So there are some things that are specific to our Jamaican culture that persons from another country, they wouldn't understand it because they're just not a Jamaican. Because we in Jamaica, we've grown up with these norms and these cultural things that are with us that only a Jamaican would really understand. And it's the same thing for other societies as well, And I grew up in Clarendon. There may be some specific things about growing up in Clarendon that maybe a person who grew up in St. Anne wouldn't quite understand, or a person who grew up in St. Elizabeth wouldn't quite understand, and vice versa. So you realize that social relations are very, very important to kind of creating a bond with each other. And now we have this technology that is kind of disrupting that traditional way that we are doing things. Because believe it or not, these technologies have been on a rise in terms of being able to use the internet and telecommute and teleconferencing and remote work. They have been on the rise for a while. It's not like in 2020 came and we're like, oh well, just plug this in and let's just start working. No, these technologies and the tools they've been around and they're going to continue. So it's going to have this upward trend, just like that. So the digital era that we're speaking about is really characterized in terms of the how technology or the speed of how technology is kind of transforming our economy and our society. We live in an information age where, internet is really dominant. Growing up, when I used to, I used to remember following my dad on a weekend to, pay the bills, and we would stand up in the JPS line and the telephone company line and the water commission line to pay the bills. No, I don't have that experience. I don't do that. I just go online. I use the JPS app. I use my e-banking. I want to shop. I'm in a store. And tell me how many persons have done this, right? You're in a store, you see a product and you're like, oh, let me check this price first to see if this really worth it. And you look online, like it, oh, I'm selling it for this, but I can get it for this online, and you order it online, and maybe a week later, it's in Jamaica at your doorstep. The internet has kind of transformed the way we do business, the way we connect. Let's think about how we're in this conference today, right? We're using the technology. I'm in a studio. I'm looking at my camera. My laptop is here, and maybe some of you are in a car. Some of you are at work. We're just, we're all over the island. The technology, the tools are there. The way we communicate, a matter of fact, the way we communicate, it's almost instant, right? It is instant. You want to talk to somebody, you send a message, they get it immediately. And we are waiting, and we expect a response instantly as well, right? That's kind of just where we are. And then when we talk about data and data mining and data analytics, right now stores and businesses are trying to collect every store you go to. They're like, you want to sign up to be a member, and we'll give you maybe a discount, or we'll give you some points. And they're not doing this because they love you and they want to give us a discount. They're doing this because they want us to collect our data. They want to data mine and look at our consumer buying behavior, and then use that information to improve their products and services, or to target you more specifically. The day is going to come where you go into a store, you buy a bread, and maybe you love bread and butter. Maybe you don't, right? But you get what I'm trying to say. You buy a bread, and you maybe forgot to buy some butter. And by the time you get to your car, you're going to get a text message, and the text message is going to say, you forgot to buy butter. Or you might be home and they kind of realize that, oh, every 2 weeks you buy mac and cheese. And they might send you a text and say, hey, we have this promotion on mac and cheese. Let's show this to the cashier and you get a discount. That's where we are as a society, where data is key. Information technology is key, right? There's no industry where companies are going to try to compete and try to innovate without using information technology. That is just the reality of where we are as a society, right? The first thing you want to see when you're as a consumer, as a customer, is where's your website? Where's your social media? Do you have an online chat? Do you have an interactive voice solution? These are the type of things that we have. So before, back in the day, you would make a phone call and you'd be like, hello, can I speak to Mr. Brown? No, you gotta talk to the machine when the machine answers the phone and try to figure out how to navigate the menu. Or you gotta go on the online chat to talk to a rep. There's no face-to-face, there's no going into the store anymore to resolve your problem. That era is gone. So how do we now balance our information technology, the new information infrastructure that we have with that traditional, physical, tactile touch that we want to have. And that is very, very interesting. As I said before, the coronavirus has kind of transformed kind of like the landscape, right? It kind of forced us to shut down many businesses, schools were out, workplaces, people had to work from home. So many persons had to kind of stay home. They had to, work from home. And technology kind of came a focal point in terms of, kind of how we had to do our thing. We had to, use Zoom. We had to, some of us maybe use Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, whatever web conferencing software that you use. We had to use these softwares, use these tools, and not only use them, but embrace them, right? And now we're at the point now where persons want to use more team collaboration software and so forth. So you find many Jamaicans now saying that the internet is very essential, but a lot of persons, they find it to be a struggle. They find it to be a hassle. They find it even causes even mental issues sometimes, right? A matter of fact, right now, there is a new field called digital wellness, where persons are now focusing on their digital footprint, how much screen time they are exposed to. So like one thing that I'm really aware of is how many notifications that I get in a day on WhatsApp or on my phone. So like I really try to go through that. So I'm not constantly just picking up my phone, every 2 minutes. So even our digital wellness is something that we have to kind of manage. And it would be interesting to see how we could even explore a topic like this in the future as a future topic, for even like a forum like this that we're having today, in terms of how even we kind of manage our children, online and their screen time, right? And their digital wellness from a younger age, because before we never really had like a theory to actually manage this or manage this field, right? There wasn't anything like that. So I want to show you some data that I have here. And this data and it is, I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer, maybe let me just see if I can. Yeah, so this data right here that we have is really looking at digital interaction for customers, globally, in Asia, in Europe, and in North America. And if you kind of look at the acceleration or the adoption acceleration in terms of digitization, you see a little trend, right? 2017, just at a normal percentage. Late 20, between 2018 and 2019, there was a growth. And then when you look at 2020, there's a significant jump, not just globally, but in all the regions of the world. And if we were to do a similar study, for Jamaica, you would find similar, data. Obviously, COVID has kind of, created a spike with our digital interactions. But what this means is that people are interacting digitally more, right? So if we had a thought in our minds that this was something that they were doing, well, the thing now is that we know, without a doubt that this is kind of how we're approaching. This is how we are looking to interact, right? I can't tell the last time I've had an issue where I've kind of gone into a store to actually say, hey, I sent an email or they have an app that they use. I try to, communicate using that, right? Because to me, it just saves a lot of time. I can multitask. I don't want to, spend a half a day just standing in the line outdoors, waiting for something to happen. So our digital interaction has accelerated. But then let's look at what executives are saying, right? Executives are saying that in terms of remote work, acceleration factor by a multiple of 43, right? This is interesting, right? As more persons are saying, hey, let's kind of run back to the office, people globally are saying, maybe we should try to, collaborate more online or, try to have more remote work. Then we have more increased demands in online purchasing. This is something that we've seen, right? I think every single day I see a new online shipping company or courier company that's pop up out of nowhere, right? So people are buying online, and then even more local websites are setting up, more local storefronts are setting up so that they can even shop online as well. Increased use of advanced technologies in operations. A friend that I used to work with, he told me one day, hey, Chris, if we're not trying to get better, if we're not trying to improve, we're getting worse. So you find more and more companies trying to put up more tools, trying to have information systems, and especially for the field that we're in this, forum, most early childhood. When I was in the waiting area, just waiting for this to start, they had an app that they were promoting, the 1,000 Days app. Let's think about that, right? Now we're able to record, we're able to process, we're able to analyze kind of like that first 1,000 days, of a child's life, digitally. And that's amazing, right? And then we have more educational content management systems now that we're trying to employ and use. So for even the field of education, and early childhood, we can definitely see more e-reading. We can definitely see that rise in technology, that rise in that continuous innovation to implement and to use more tools, more technology in decision making, right? So we're using the data, right? As I was saying earlier, or as I mentioned earlier, companies are looking to data analytics to make decisions. Right now in the US, there's a lot of antitrust with Facebook because Facebook, they own Instagram, they own WhatsApp, and they collect a lot of data on their users, and we don't know clearly what they're doing with this data, right? So there's a lot of antitrust, there's a lot of kind of, are we doing the right thing by giving this company our data? And then I don't know if any of you noticed this. Every time they go on a website, it's like, hey, please agree to our cookies agreement. And some of us just blindly click, accept. But what do these cookies really do? What type of information are these cookies sending back to these companies about our behavior? And I'm pretty sure that some of us have, we've been in a room where I want a new Crocs. And I want a new, shirt or a new jacket. And then, 2 minutes later, you're scrolling and lo and behold, the same jacket that you were talking about, it's an ad. Remarketing. These are all things that are being happened. The cloud and data security, supply chain, right? I don't want to go through all of this, but the point I'm making is that technology is all over the business space. So we've set the context, we've set the stage. We know our human connection and our emotions and our interaction is important. And we also know that the technology is not going away. So if we thought that, all right, cool, we're going to go back to this pre-COVID world where it's like, business as usual, it's not going to be that way. It's going to be a more of a blended approach. I honestly feel as we continue, you might have more parents opting for homeschool. And as a result of homeschooling, we're going to have more forums and means for maybe us as social workers or as early childhood teachers or as administrators or as social workers to connect with these parents who have decided to homeschool or to connect with schools that have a blended approach, right? It wouldn't surprise me where in 5 years you might have an entire class that's online. So you might have a grade 1 or grade 2, 1A that's online, 1B they're face-to-face at school, right? These are the new approaches, the new realities that we have to consider as we go forward. Because some persons, they might have not liked the online setup. We have some persons that actually loved it. They like the flexibility. They love maybe the freedom that it comes with, or maybe freedom is maybe the correct word or the correct way of saying it, but they liked that in terms of just the being able to just kind of, work at your own pace. Obviously, you have to have some timeline and, a framework that you have to work within, but you get what I'm saying. So how do we remain human with this? How do we remain human? And that's kind of the question of the day, right? And one way of kind of, doing this is it starts at the top. It starts with virtual leadership. So we can't just have our traditional mode of operating, our traditional mode of leadership. We have to have a leadership model that's more tailored to our new workspace or our digital workspace, if you will. And virtual leadership is really a form of leadership in which teams are managed in a remote working environment. Like a traditional leader or traditional leadership role, virtual leaders focus on motivating employees and helping teams accomplish their goals. And it's interesting that the word team is there, right? I think sometimes as a society, maybe we're too individualistic. We're too, it's me, it's me, it's me, it's I. We have to kind of shift that paradigm and shift it to a paradigm where it's more about the team. And if we're going to kind of coexist in this virtual or digital workspace, it has to be about the team. So what you find is that instead of it's about, hey, you do this, you do this, you do this, it has to be more about collaboration, open communication, accountability, and transparency. So in a way, we're shifting kind of how we used to do things. Instead of it being, oh, I'm overseeing, I have to, be on top of my staff and I have to tell them what to do. No, it's about kind of providing a framework for how they're going to work. And what you find happening is that our leadership style has to change. So now we're going to have to kind of move from being this, authoritative dictator type of leader to more of a servant leader. And, and I don't want to, be too theoretical, with this, but when we talk about servant leadership, we're really talking about serving, our staff, being there for our staff. In a way, you put yourself to be a resource that your staff can use. People see you as a person they can come to, talk to get the information that they need in order for them to do their job, right? So servant leadership, and if there are any administrators here or managers in here, I really think that this is an approach that we can not just use, virtual, but obviously use in a online, in a face-to-face and online context, because here we're really empowering our staff to come to us. It's almost like that traditional open door policy, if you will. Another style I want us to look at or to keep in mind is, is participative leadership. Before we sit in our offices and we look at reports and maybe we liaise with other managers, or we'll get a memo from the top, and then we'll just make a decision, and then we'll come out and we're like, hey guys, this is what we're doing. But in the new world that we're in, people want to feel empowered. People want to feel as if they're a part of the process. Because maybe 10 years ago, maybe some persons, and they always said 10% of Jamaicans only have tertiary education. But what you find now is that persons are more committed to lifelong learning. Persons are going to workshops, they're going to seminars, they're trying to get certifications. And as a result of this, what you find is that persons have more to contribute. It's not just the manager have all the information, the staff has the information. So we need to be more inclusive in terms of getting persons to participate, soliciting that feedback. And in an online context, sending making a video and saying, hey guys, this is what I think, or having a web conference and having a video chat and soliciting that feedback can actually blur that border between a subordinate and management, where it makes it more of a synergy, where it's more of a team, so. And then we have our transformative leadership, and this is kind of where we're actually trying to change the way we do things. I would love for you to just think about how many times you've had an idea where you would want to actually change the way we've done something. We want to change the way we've looked at a theory, we've looked at a process, and we're like, you know what, if we could just put this in, it would be way different. Now is the time where a lot of managers are becoming younger, a lot of people are coming with ideas, and we now have to kind of start to think about how can we re-engineer our business processes? How can we actually change the way we do things? 2020 kind of forced us to think about it that way, in terms of changing the dynamics, changing kind of our setup. And 2021 kind of said, all right, cool, well, we've learned these lessons in 2020. Now it's 2021, let's kind of refine the ideas. What's next for 2022, 2023 and beyond? Where are we going to go? What's the transformation? What are the business processes that we're going to re-engineer? And as a leader, we have to be thinking about that continuous improvement, thinking about how can we change the business processes? How can we improve the teamwork, improve our collaboration, improve just the way we interact with our customers, our stakeholders. And in our industry, in our sector that we're in terms of early childhood, and how can we improve our parent interaction? How can we improve our training programs, our trainer programs, our initiatives that we have? So it's really interesting. So these are styles that we really have to try to incorporate in our game. So if before we were thinking of it in a more, older, traditional, context, we were like, all right, you know what? We want to, just do as I say. We can't really think about it in that setup. We really have to think about it in a different setup, a different, concept. Which now brings us to, how can we lead? Or what do we have to really think about when we talk about our virtual leadership in order to remain a human, in order to kind of have that social interaction or have that connection? Because really what we're talking about when we remain in human, we're talking about how can we, maintain that connection with each other. And one thing is that we just need to find the right platforms to communicate. Sometimes it's not what we're saying, but maybe it's the medium in which you're saying it. Sometimes it might maybe mean, instead of having a phone call or sending an email, it might mean that we might need to set up a web conference and set up a video call with each other. And now we can see each other's face, and we can, kind of understand, and read that emotions that we have. So let's not forget video. We're experts at email. We're experts at sending WhatsApp messages or SMS messages or text messages. Yeah, we'll use this technology for a while, and we know how to make a phone call. We're like, hello. Yeah, we know how to make a phone call. But when it comes down to that video calls, maybe we're shy. Maybe we're saying, well, my background not nice enough, or maybe we're afraid of maybe what we're wearing. I don't know. So we're hesitant, but it might mean that we might actually have to dedicate a time to this. And we say, all right, you know what, I'm going to create a space and a time where I will dress up and I will, call my staff and I will interact with my staff via video calling. So that way there's a can't touch, but we have that connection, with those eyes. We might have to have a realistic expectation when it comes down to availability. Sometimes when we try to connect and we try to communicate, sometimes we don't stop to say, I wonder if the person is available to meet with us. I wonder if they can actually meet with us and communicate with us at that time, because we say, all right, meet with us at this time, but then we don't actually find out if that's a good time for them, right? We don't, so we have to have realistic expectations. We don't want to seem insensitive to other person's feelings and other person's time, and especially where there's so many distractions around us that there's so many things that we have going on in our world, that when we say, hey, can we meet at 3 o'clock, or meet me at 3 o'clock online, or I need you to send me this report by 5 o'clock today, we need to actually check that and have it more as a synergy where we're working with the person, right? Tell me what you need to meet this deadline, or when can we meet this deadline? Yeah, there might be times we have to put the foot down, but certainly the way we're doing it has to change. We need to have more trust and inclusion. And when we talk about inclusion, I really mean including people in the processes, including people in the communication. And when it comes down to trust, it might mean you as a manager trusting your staff, trusting your subordinates to do the right thing. A lot of times, when we can't see them, we think that maybe they're watching TV or they're on the road, and yeah, this certainly happens. But what we need to do is to create a culture where, all right, cool, well, all right, maybe you were doing some personal things at work time, but the culture is there that you have a deliverable, and the deliverable is needed at a particular time, and you need to meet that deliverable. So if you want to kind of organize yourself in a way that, all right, well, maybe you were here and you were doing this, or you weren't really focused on what you were doing, you got to know that you got to organize yourself, organize your workflow, that the deliverable is met. So maybe we have to stop thinking about it in, all right, cool, the work I need to see you doing the work, but no, we're changing the way we look at it from seeing you do the work to actually meeting the deliverable at the time. And then if you don't meet the deliverable at the time, then no, we need to have a discussion, and then no, we need to see how you're going to change your workflow to actually meet it, or how you're going to actually manage your time. So more emphasis needs to be placed on time management as well. And then we need to have an open dialogue. There's some tools that I have to show you at the back end. I need to probably speed up this a little bit to actually talk about how we're going to keep an open dialogue with each other. All right, so another thing that we need to do is we need to show that we care. We need to encourage creativity. We need to project optimism. We need to be very positive. So people need to feel your energy as a manager online, or in a manager in a digital space. They need to feel that optimism. They need to feel that positive attitude. You don't want to go in a meeting and the meeting just have this heavy tone. No, yeah, there might be situations and times where you might need to get in someone's face. You might need to, put your foot down and be very strong about what you want and how you want it. But for the most part, we want to kind of foster optimistic culture where people don't feel stressed online, right? And they feel motivated, right? That's kind of where I want it to. So showing the care is very important. I remember I worked in a team. It was a virtual team, and this was like 2009, 2010. And we had a team meeting on a Monday. Every Monday we had this team meeting. And for the first 30 minutes of our meeting, we just talked about our families. We talked about our family, what we did for the weekend, kind of where we are. And then after that 30 minutes, then we kind of just, gradually, transition into the work. But what this did is that for our team, it created a bond because we kind of felt as if we had each other's back. And these guys, I met them eventually, but for years I didn't know any of them. But I actually felt closer to the guys in the virtual team that I was working on in this 2010 project than the person who was at the desk beside me. And and that's because we don't talk. We don't talk to each other. We don't show that care, that love, that concern. that need, that I want to kind of be aware. Maybe some of us might be very defensive. So what the boss want to know what I do, and that type of thing. But we have to kind of drop that guard and just become vulnerable to each other, and show that emotional spectrum, which now brings me to emotional intelligence, which is kind of what we were talking about earlier, where we were talking about care. A lot of times where maybe online, we have this negative conception or this negative vibe towards it because we aren't really able to emotionally connect. We aren't able to really have that empathy with each other. So in a way, we have to kind of train ourselves to show emotional intelligence, because without emotional intelligence, we're not going to, be in a place where we can actually kind of understand what each other is going through. So when we talk about emotional intelligence, we're really talking about being in control and being able to express our emotions. But how does this translate to expressing emotions online? Because before, it used to be about the tone and the body language, right? But maybe you can't feel the tone in an email or in a SMS, or they can't really read the body language properly, right? So these are things that we have to look at. So obviously, we need to be really self-aware of our own moods and emotions. A lot of times, we allow our personal issues and struggles to maybe affect us at the workplace. And we are unaware of how these emotions and moods actually affect our coworkers. So maybe you get an email and you don't like how the email sounds, and maybe the person doesn't need anything by it, but because of what's happening in our personal space, we take the email more personally than what we need to. So this is something that we gotta be able to understand. And then as a result of this, we gotta be able to self-regulate our moods and our impulses. And sometimes we have to be able to think. So we get an email, we get a notification, someone calls us for a quick online meeting or a quick video call. We gotta stop first. Like, instead of like, what she want or what he want, and we gotta say, all right, you know what? Kyle needs to connect with me. Let's see how open I can be to Kyle so I can help Kyle, or if Kyle can help me. So in a way, we gotta, change our posture from being more closed to being more open. And then we gotta work on our motivation in terms of just the energy that we carry. Sometimes, yes, it can be difficult, and we go through long days, every day it's just a grind, and we're just dying for a day off. But sometimes it's not so easy to get that day off. And then when we talk about empathy, we've got to be able to understand what other person's emotional state is. And that's very difficult sometimes, to really put ourselves in the other person's shoes, or to see things from their perspective. Sometimes we are unwilling, or sometimes we're not unwilling. Sometimes we do know, but we're too stubborn. And we gotta kind of decide that we gotta drop that stubbornness to actually, push a little bit. All right, so some things that we need are skills that we need to build to help is maybe we gotta listen more. It might mean reading that message, that text message, or that SMS, or that email more than once. Sometimes we read a message and we just jump to a conclusion and we start the email war at the same time. No, it might mean, or we see an email or we see the message and we read the first two lines and then we jump to conclusion. We jump to a conclusion and then we just, send a voice note, or we'll get a voice note, and when we start listening to the voice note, the person just said, "One, look at something, we don't like it." We don't even listen to the rest of the voice note. And then we jump down the throat and then we have this back and forth. We can't socially work in this space. We have this beef now, right? So we have to be able to give. We have to be able to listen. We gotta, ask for feedback. And another thing that and this may be the number one skill that we might need, in order to build up our emotional intelligence to work online with each other. We have to be willing to have a difficult conversation with each other. We have to put ourselves in a place where we say, you know what? Yeah, you know, these things aren't right. These things, they went wrong. And sometimes we have to kind of separate ourselves from it. And it's not easy for a person to tell you bad things about you. It's not easy. And we have to listen to it. And we have to say, you know what? Jennifer is really telling me this because Jennifer values me as a friend. Or she values me as a co-worker. And she's coming to me with these problems because she genuinely wants me to address the problem. And then we might have to kind of drop that defensive attitude and just listen. And, you know, try to make our adjustments and go on. We have to encourage sharing. We have to create opportunities to share. And then obviously we got to work on our communication. Now, I'm not going to go through a big, you know, thing on communication, because I actually have some tools that are some practical tools, and I'm like against the time right now. But there are some tips that I really want to show you guys as it relates to communication. One, we got to take the time to write a proper response. You know, sometimes we're really quick to send that response and send that email, or, you know, or say something back. But sometimes we got to just take that time. Sometimes we got to listen more. We got to avoid sarcasm. We got to avoid using, you know, all caps. Because sometimes when somebody says all caps, they see it as, you know, you know, they're shouting at them. And, you know, sometimes we got to, you know, kind of say a little bit less and just listen a little more, read a little bit more. Avoid that sarcasm. You know, sometimes that sarcasm, it put the person in a negative space. And as a result of them being in a negative space, it actually, you know, escalates the situation to a conflict where we're not in the same room, we're not in the physical, you know, same place. We're in a digital place, and then we have this back and forth, and there's no real way to really dial it down. And, you know, and I'm sure we've all been a part of like some emails where we're not even really involved in the email. We have Karen and Cindy, and Karen and Cindy that are sending emails, and we're just there, let's reading the email and say, oh, what are they doing each other? Why they don't like each other? But at the end of the day, it's really because, you know, no one wants to back down, right? So we want to try to match the tone, try to match the length. So if somebody sends like a paragraph, don't just say, okay. You know, try to actually be thoughtful with your response. Why not send a video? I love the idea of us using video responses. So yes, you can have a video call, but you could also make a video response. So someone could, you know, you could make a video response, make a screen recording, and send to them. Like a lot of times I'll make a screen recording, or I'll have a screenshot, and then I will, you know, draw a note, or, you know, do something. Let's use more visuals. I think that's very, very important. And then also, sometimes we might be in a group setting. Maybe it's on an email chain, or we have a team space that we're using, or it could be just a simple WhatsApp group. But sometimes not every conversation needs to play out in front of everybody. We have to use that judgment to say, all right, you know what, I need to talk to Kim. But no, it's not the time to talk in front of everybody. You know, we got to be able to adjust it a little bit. So we have to be nice to each other. Here I wanted to go through a little thing before I went into the tools. I might have to cut because there's only like 10, 15 minutes left. Where we talked about kind of building an online persona. Sometimes the reason why we kind of feel disconnected is because we don't know each other. You ever Google your name and look, there's nothing doesn't come up, right? There's no way for us to connect. There's no way for us to kind of say, okay, that's Karen, that's Miss Blair, that's Mr. Brown, that's Mr. Collier, and we can connect to see his interests, to see what he likes. And, you know, maybe you don't want that personal space, you know, mixed up with your workspace. But it could be a case where we have a LinkedIn and we set up ourselves, and then we kind of showcase our expertise so that people know that when they have a particular problem, they come to you for this problem, you know, so that might actually be a way of actually, you know, kind of, you know, lowering that barrier. So here I have some tools that I want to show you. I didn't want today's session to just be me just talking, and these tools are online tools that I think we can use. Obviously, we have our, you know, different type and categories of tools, but the tools I want to show you are and I might need to stop my screen share just for a minute, or share my browser. Let me see if I can set that up. And the reason why I want to do this is because I want to, where is it? Yeah, here we go. So I want to share some tools with us. So the first tool that I want to show with you is a tool called Icebreaker. It's going to be in the PowerPoint. The website, it's Icebreaker. Maybe this is too small, I don't know, but it's Icebreaker, right? And this tool is a tool that you can use to break the ice, as the word suggests, for your meeting. So maybe at the beginning of each meeting, we could use something like this. So you come in, and then you'll be like, all right, cool. You know, we got Chris, we got Kevin, we got Simone, and then, you know, after we add each person's name, we have categories, a type of questions, get to know your questions, building trust, reflection questions, and then we could use, you know, all categories, right? Let's try, you know, get to know you. And then we click spin, it spins, and then it says Kevin. And so Kevin would now have to answer this question, you know, and then we could choose another category. We'll click spin again, and then Chris will have to answer this question. And after a while, we start to get to, you know, understand each other, learn about each other. So it's just a fun little tool. It's not like a super complicated tool, but I feel like little things like this. But effectively, what I'm trying to say is that we can maybe play a game before a meeting. You know, try to connect. Let's not just make it about the work. Yes, the work is very important, and achieving organization's goal and objectives is our #1 priority. But we can set aside some time, we can budget some time to actually do what we need to do. All right, so another tool is called Chanty. And Chanty is, and let me read the description. It's on the PowerPoint. I don't know if you guys can still see the PowerPoint. It's a team collaboration software where it allows public and private messaging. What I realized is that a lot of teams, they don't have a space to communicate and work online. They don't have a workspace online. So yeah, we have our physical office, we have our bulletin board, and we have a desk, and you know, we can put a post-it on a person's desk. But how you do that online? And what I find is that companies or persons aren't really, you know, doing this. Now, what I try to do is find tools to present to you guys that are free, that you can use and implement in your organization and in your workflow today. This is one such one, right? So for example, this one, you can come in and you can create a general notice board area and so forth. And you can add tasks, and then with the task, you can say, you know what, I want to have a meeting, I want John to do this. You can set due dates, you can set priorities, and then you can actually assign them to persons in your team. And this is really, really important, because instead of having you constantly behind John's back or behind Renee's back, the software is now kind of doing that, because the software is reminding the person about to do it. They see the task that they have to do. They know when they need to do it. In addition to that, we can have public conversations where we can talk about a topic and persons can chime in. Now, obviously, you know, for this one, it's just me. But let's say, for example, I wanted to have a public team discussion online about maybe, you know, for argument's sake, the 1,000-day app, right? The 1,000-day app improvement, ideas, right? I can't spell all of those, right? And I click start conversation, and then other persons can come in and they can comment, they can attach, they can do different things. And this is like will be a little area for us to even generate ideas about what we're working on, right? Another thing we could do is, start a private conversation. So instead of it being a public conversation, we can now, put that together. And then we can have a private conversation between one person or two persons and so forth. So I think this is a really good little tool for us to use. Another tool I want to talk about is another one called Team Connect. Again, this is also a free software. Yeah. So this is Team Connect. The interface looks a little bit like, let me go back to the main part. The interface looks a little bit daunting. However, it's easy to set up. It's very user friendly. And here we can create tasks. Not only we can create tasks, we can create recognition. So we could actually have a recognition where we can set up badges and then award our staff. So people say, oh, Kim got this, and Jermaine got that, or Christopher got this. And I think this is like brilliant, right? Being able to have a team space online where we can set up recognitions, we can send recognitions to persons. I think that's really, really, really good. We can create smart groups, and with our smart groups, we can create the groups by branch, department, special groups, special teams. And here, it kind of has a space for us to do this work and work together. In addition to that, we can create quick tasks. So I can assign a task to a person, and then they can now use the task, or a person can create their own task to manage their day. So now we have a team management, time management kind of built in. And I think as a virtual leader, having a resource like this for your team to be able to kind of just plan the day, see their day, without you having to constantly be behind them back, will actually improve the relationship that you have with them. Also, we can create surveys, we can create what you call forms, and with the forms here, it could be a case where your entire organizational workflow is set up around this. So you could actually have your vacation forms here, your sick leave form here, your sign-up form here, home care form, incident report, employee referral form. We could just set up our entire workplace here. So in a way, I want us to think of a Chanty, or I want us to think of a Team Connect as a space that we're going to be using to actually engage and do our work, right? And so forth. So let me stop the screen share just for a second. I'm going to reshare my PowerPoint. Where is that? Yeah. And so we have these tools. So I hope that the organizers will kind of share the slides, but all the software that I just mentioned, the Icebreaker, the Chanty, the team, the Connect team, it's there. Other tools that we can use, without spending too much time, we can Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox for file sharing, right? Sharing files, sharing documents. It's just kind of the way to go. Sometimes we might have an issue and we might need to work together. It might mean that we might have to remote desktop. This software, Era Admin, just Google it. It's a free remote desktop software where maybe, instead of, you working on a document by yourself, then, we can work on a document together. Or we could take it a step further. Instead of actually me just working on a document alone, maybe we could use a Google Docs to work together online. Or if you have Microsoft 365, we can work together online, and we're working on this one document remotely from, various places, leaving comments and so forth. So, that's that. So, my time is up. I wish we had a little bit longer of a time, but I really hope that you enjoyed today's presentations. And, if there are any questions, I want to answer the questions. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you to Chris. It was an insightful presentation with lots of information for us to gather. One that is simple and we could follow. That's what I loved about it. But in sharing those free apps or free software that we can log on to and be usable within the workspace, we want to know, would our data be safe using those software, like the Connect?
Yeah, all right. So that's actually a very good question, especially now where information
Data security, right?
Is very relevant. All right, these softwares, they're relatively safe. However, what I would recommend is that if we're going to be, posting certain sensitive information, we can always encrypt them before we share them. Or what we can do is internally within our organization. Let's say, for example, we have a team connect, right? We use it to manage the tasks, but then locally within our internal network, we use our local network resources to share the file that we need to share. So that way we're not putting the file on the Team Connect because we're not too sure if we want Team Connect to have those access to that file. But we can actually share the tasks with each other, share the idea generation, the public chats, the private chats with each other there so that we can use.
Okay, all right, excellent. I'm scrolling through our YouTube channel to see if there are any other questions for you. I'm not seeing any yet, but one thing is for sure, when you were talking about the times when you had to spend with your dad going to pay the water bill and those long lines that you had to stay in, many persons agreed with you and said, true, no, it's by a touch of an app that they're able to, you can pay your JPS bill online, and it goes for smooth transition. You don't have to be standing in no long line to have your things done. So we had persons agreeing with you on that one. Miss Davis says, very informative presentation. Excellent presentation. So I think you're getting good reviews. Yes? And yes, and I guess the others will come in momentarily. So in the interest of time, I just want to thank you again for your presentation. I know the team has been well informed. The way that you try to engage the team as well is commendable. And we just want to tell you that we really appreciate you coming on and sharing your knowledge with us at this time. So what we need to do is make sure that as individuals, we still make those connections with people. I hear you bring it out in your presentation, still have those, although we have the technology there to help us, we must still touch base with individuals. That's the only way we're going to remain human in the digital space. Yes. So once again, thank you. And we look forward to having you again in our PDI sessions or any other upcoming sessions for the Early Childhood Commission. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, and all the best. So my participants, I want to thank you all for logging on to YouTube. It's coming up to that time of the day when we all must be refreshed. And I know Mr. Colliard will be going to have his lunch as well. So I want to encourage everyone to go for your lunch, but remember to rejoin us at 12:45, where we will examine the topic, the digital leader approaches to leading for the future. So we are going to delve a little further into your area Mr. Colliard. So have a good lunch, everyone, and I look forward to seeing you all in the virtual space at 12:45. Okay? Bye.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we connect over everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be talking about learning centers. We'll be looking at the Art and Sensory Center, what it is, what children learn from visiting the Art and Sensory Center, the types of materials for the center, and then we'll leave you with some tips. So Art and Sensory Play looks specifically at activities that fosters a child's sense of smell, touch, sight, hearing, and did I miss anything? And taste. So, by providing these sensory play activities, children begin to naturally learn to explore, investigate, and be creative. So when I say we're getting ready to play in the Art and Sensory Center, what really comes to mind? One, we're going to be using our senses, and two, we're getting ready to get really messy. This means children are self-directed, right? One, they are self-centered around that activity that they're going to be exploring, and we really encourage their development through exploring the material as well as appealing to a child's learning style. That's all happening once we prepare to go into the Art and Sensory Center. When we begin to look at the art materials for our Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that it's about the process and not the product. So we have to ensure that we have materials that are open-ended, that supports creativity, that are meaningful to the creations for the child. And also, we want to keep in mind that they're in charge of the process and the materials that they use. So they have to be able to select what they're using, because keep in mind, once they decide on what they want to create and what they want to develop, they're going to be focused and they're going to be on task. Now, when we look at the sensory materials, it's all about the five senses. So we know that it's going, again, to be messy. It's going to be something that we have to be hands-on about. They have to have the material at hand, and they have to be free to explore the material. So this particular center, you have to keep in mind, we want it near a sink or near a bathroom so that a child would have access directly to begin cleaning themselves up in this particular center. This is a very popular center, as you know, so we have to keep in mind the number of children within the center, the materials available, and we have to keep replenishing material. Consumable materials is what we call it, and then from there, observe and let the children create. Here we have our Art and Sensory Center, and I want you to keep in mind that not every center looks the same. All centers are different. It all depends on the size of the classroom and the material that you have at hand. So within my center here that I've set up, I have an art easel, and I have paints, and I also have paint brushes and paint cups. So we know that the easel, it's a time to really explore and get messy. So we have to ensure that the children have access to paint. So every day we should be setting up the paint cups. So at the easel, I do have paint. A child might be able to squeeze the paint into the paint cup depending on the color that they might want to work with to begin the process. But through modeling, through practice, we'll be able to set this center up along with the child so that they're able to freely move about with the paint brushes, the cups, and of course the paper that we would have to affix to the easel. We also have labeled the paint bottles so that children are aware as to where things are to be returned to. So everything in all of our centers should be labeled with a picture and of course the word. If it's a BBC, it's going to be just a photograph of the item itself. But because we're looking at our 3+-year-old children, we want pictures and words within the Learning Center. Now we're going to take a closer look at what is on the shelf itself. As you can see, I have contained everything. Okay, so now we're going to look a little bit closely at what is on the art and sensory shelf. Again, everything must be contained, and not all containers can look alike. So this is a good time for us to collect containers, recyclable pieces that we can use to corral our art and sensory materials. For me, I have contained everything here. I do have a shoebox at the bottom, but as you can see, my containers are labeled with the item and the word so that a child, if they need to take the container off of the shelf, they know exactly where to return it to. So I have a container with books. And it's important that we have books in as many learning centers as possible that relate directly to that learning center. So within that container, I have a book about Harold and his purple crayon and where he takes his crayon. I have mouse paint that looks at mice that mix colors together. And I also have a book about museums and art museums. So those are the books that I have displayed. So a child at any time might be able to look at a book before they begin their activity or after. Next to that, we have in the middle, we have a caddy with 3 different compartments. So I've taken the opportunity to fill the caddy with scissors, colored tape, and popsicle sticks. And again, the container is labeled and the shelf is labeled. So a child, again, can take that container to a table and return it and know exactly where to put the tape, the scissors, and the popsicle sticks based on the photograph. So that helps with cleanup. It helps with self-direction. It helps with just learning that life skill of we clean up after ourselves within our classrooms and at home throughout the day. Next to that, I have another caddy that's filled with sensory materials. I have pom-poms, I have glitter shapes, and I have, what do you call that? Felt, and those are pipe cleaners. So a child can use their imagination, take that pipe cleaner, form it into any shape, glue it, cut it, whatever their heart's desire. Again, with the pom-poms, they can glue, they can create, and with the glitter itself, with the confetti, they could also glue, they can put them in bottles and make sensory bottles. So their imagination, we're there to foster their imagination and to allow them to create while they're in the Art and Sensory Center. On the second shelf, I have a container for glue, I have a container for markers, and I have a container for crayons. Very clearly outlined for a child to be able to know what item is on the shelf, where to go, how to remove it, and how to put it back after they're all done. Because remember, there are other children that are going to be using the same center. So we want to keep the center as organized as possible. And then on the bottom shelf, I have a container for paper. Very important. This is something that we have to keep filled at all times because we have children at the easel and they might want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheets of paper because you never know. An artist, you make one stroke and that's it. You have to start all over again. So we have to ensure that we have ample paper for all children, not only at the easel, but for those that want to glue, cut, color. And then I have a sensory box, my black box, and that's a shoe box that I would have saved, and I filled it with shredded paper. Again, at no cost, the shoe box and the shredded paper. And within that, my sensory box, what I put into the box are seashells and stones and different things out in nature that I think the children might be able to use depending on their interest. Now keep in mind that This is something that I would change on a regular basis because you want to keep children going back to centers. You want them to be able to say, yeah, I want to go to art and sensory because I don't know, Miss might have something in there, in that sensory box that I want to know what's in there today. And once they pull the sensory box, you evoke conversation. From that box, what can they do with the items in the box? They're feeling, they're touching, they're looking, they're smelling. But then they might want to be able to do something else with the items within the box. So these are just the items that I have in my art and sensory table for today, but there's a host of items that you can have in that particular center. So we talked about the crayons, we talked about the markers. I know many of you have colored pencils. We talked about the paint. And remember my paint cups. I don't have paint cups. I just have regular cups that I'm using and I'm reusing to fill my paint with. Also my paint brushes. I did not show you Play-Doh and clay and molding clay because guess what? There's no space on my shelf for that today, but that is something else that we normally have in this particular learning center. We talked about the collage and craft materials. So I have craft sticks, you can have feathers, we have the pipe cleaners, yarn. I know many of you use yarn within this particular center as well as glitter sometimes. Stencils, we have the pom-poms, felt sheets. Oh, I have some of those, but I didn't have room on my shelf. But guess what? I can bring that out next week possibly. Or if there's a group of children working at the table, I might say to them, hey, I have some felt sheets. Do you want to feel them? Do you want to possibly use them with what you're doing and creating? And they might say yes. So you might have to run and go get that felt sheet just to bring that added layer to the experience for them. So we're scaffolding as we go through the activity itself. Beads, we might have beads that we want to give children to be able to use and manipulate. We might have different types of textures. What about stamps and a stamp pad? This is great for shapes and letters and numbers and different types of images. So getting that stamp pad, having them stamp and then stamping their paper. We talked about the tape. I love the colored tape. This is also great for them to rip. So they're using their fine motor skills to rip the tape, to create what they want on their paper. And also you might have a child that might say to you, can they hang their artwork on the wall with using that same piece of tape? And that is also something that we have to keep in mind as we go through the learning centers. Trays, it's really great to have a tray because it can contain what a child is working on. For example, if you have shaving cream and you want to drop food coloring in that shaving cream, it's good to be able to have a tray to place that shaving cream on. Many of us, after the artwork is painted, we have to hang it somewhere. And I've seen many drying racks. I've seen clotheslines in the classroom where you use a clothespin to hang the art. Beautiful, continue to do that. We have our glue and our scissors, aprons. Oh my goodness, it's good to have an apron because we know we're going to get messy. Being messy is fun when we go into the Art and Sensory Center. So an apron could be an old t-shirt, an oversized t-shirt, right? A parent can bring in an old shirt, something that can really protect the uniform or whatever that child might be wearing for that particular day. Bins are very important. Sometimes when we buy a product, it comes in a nice container or box. Hold on to those containers and boxes and bring them into your classroom, recycle them, because when the items are contained and labeled, it's easy on the eye. It's easy for a child to say, wait a minute, this is at my eye level. I know exactly what's in that container and I know exactly where to put it back. So we're teaching children that this is their classroom. These are their materials. We're just there to facilitate and ensure that we're ready for them to begin learning. And then from there, you have funnels, you can add measuring cups and bowls, you can add tweezers. Actually, I put my tweezers in my Science and Nature Center because I didn't have enough materials. So we have to sometimes borrow and rearrange because you might have a center that's not as popular, but when you remove an item from a popular center, and then you might say, okay, Michelle, guess what? The tweezers are in the Science and Nature Center this week. So I know you love working with those tweezers, so I want you to try and go into Science and Nature and work with those tweezers today. And that's about it. So if you have any other ideas as to what else we can put into our Art and Sensory Center, I would love to hear from you. So please drop me a comment or a question, and let's work on together ensuring that our Art and Sensory Center is ready for play each and every day. In terms of the Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that safety is the most important. So when we look at the materials that we have in the center, we have to ensure that we teach our children how to use the materials before they actually begin using them. So circle time is my favorite time of the day, where you not only talk about what you have planned, but there might be some situations that you really need to discuss with the children for them to be able to understand the rationale, to be able to practice using whatever material you might have in place. So safety is quite important when we're looking not only at art and sensory, but all 5 of our learning centers. We talked a lot about the labeling today. And I know that many of you are already labeling your centers. I just want to encourage as many of us to continue that process with the picture and the word along with the material and the items on the shelves. Also, use child-safe equipment that is free of sharp edges or other types of hazards. So no matter what, child-sized scissors and other materials must be in the classroom. One and only, the tip that I love is to ensure that when you're designing your classroom, when you're laying out your classroom, this is just a reminder that the messy centers really should be near a bathroom or a sink, so that that child doesn't have too far to go to carry, to wash, to clean whatever material or their hands at hand. So I want to thank you for joining me today, and I look forward to our next ECC Connects. I'd like to hear from you, so please comment, ask questions, share with me your best practices, because that's how we learn from each other. And until next time, remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I trust you are all re-energized and that you had an excellent lunch. So we are back with you for our afternoon sessions. And I must say what a power-packed morning we had. It has been an excellent time in our masterclass conversations on leadership. And I know our afternoon sessions promises to be even more engaging as we have some more excellent presenters for you this afternoon. And I know you are ready to be engaged into more in-depth conversations as we continue our conversation on leadership. But now it gets more pointed because we will be exploring the topic of the digital leader, approaches to leading for the future. Now, leaders must always be facing the future, seeing what is not yet written on the page. In order to widely understand the world and the changes taking place, this session allows leaders to pivot approaches and in some cases set the trend for innovation, which is simply responding to the new technology, new challenges, new team members, and new realities. Now, our presenter for this afternoon's session is Mr. DeAndre Fraser. And Mr. Fraser is a highly experienced media specialist with over 7 years of experience in digital advertising. He has managed over $2 million in ad budgets His experience spans across ad platforms such as Google Ads, programmatic, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Spotify, and more. His industry experience spreads throughout e-commerce, banking, insurance, hospitality, automotive, retail, construction, and transportation. He also leads a talented cross-functional team of specialists that manages blue-chip clients across 22 markets. His team has been successful in producing a per month return on investment as high as 20 times and increasing revenue by 230% for one of our largest hospitality clients. But as you know, I always tell you before we get started, we have just a few housekeeping detail reminders. We will have a few minutes after Mr. Fraser's presentation to take your questions and answers. So if you have any questions we're asking our participants, please, could you just go ahead and type those questions in the chat, and our presenter will answer as many questions as he can once the time allows for that. Also, we are reminding you that all sessions will be evaluated. So we are asking our participants to fill out the workshop evaluation form, and you will also be provided with a conference evaluation form, which will be made available to you on the final day of conference for you to evaluate the conference itself. Now, we are asking you to please put the title of the session you are evaluating so we know exactly what are your comments and for which session it is. So once again, I want to thank all my participants for joining the session, and I'm going to hand over to our able presenter, Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser, over to you.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. We're just not seeing you.
What I'm going to be doing, I'm going to share my screen with my presentation.
Okay, so after you have presented, we'll be able to see you.
Yes. Are you able to see me? Are you able to see the presentation?
Yeah, man, we are seeing your presentation, Digital Marketing Trends 2022.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is DeAndre Fraser. I just want to go through a quick presentation on some digital marketing trends for 2022, how to win an audience and how to keep it. Because in my eyes, we're all marketers, especially teachers, because every day, you are constantly selling ideas to students on a daily basis. So I hope that what I'm about to present can be somewhat relatable to your everyday lives and what you're doing in your current profession. So last year, 2021, unloaded a lot of pressure on brands and marketing teams. Bigger competition, a clutter of content, numerous social media platforms to look after, and the list goes on. So do the requirements for a successful marketing strategy. So already in 2022, we can clearly witness the rising trends in action and make predictions on how things will escalate. So let us jump straight into the digital marketing trends of 2022 and see how we can keep up with the ever-growing competition that is around us. So trends to approach your audience. There's over 3.8 billion users on social media. An average user has about 9 or so different social media accounts. More than 90% of social media users access platforms on mobile devices. However, poor customer service is the number one reason why people will unfollow a brand on social media. It's about 56%. And the second reason is posting irrelevant content. Now, what are some of the first approaches? Email marketing. What will never ever change is the basic principle behind email marketing. To send the right message to the right person at the right time. In order to do this the right way, however, there are blueprints that must undergo constant changes, and we're going to go into them in a little bit of detail. The first one is personalization. Undoubtedly, the most important email marketing trend is still a must for personalization. The culture is shifting as the pandemic has changed the way we all consume emails. Audiences want more personal connection with brands on a more human level. So it's all about real, authentic interest in your customers. So to do that, think of a more dynamic content. Utilize AI approaches that have proven successful by bigger companies. When you address your audience by their name, as simple as that, and give relevant content, it feels like an email sent by a friend. So this way, more subscribers, more followers, if you will engage and feel listened to and valued. Although this can be very challenging for some, there are various email personalization tools to make it much easier. So think of, in your day-to-day ongoing, a lot of times you'll visit some fashion websites and then shortly after we'll get emails, hello Jane, we saw that you were viewing this particular dress. Being brands becoming more personable is one of the things that drive engagement a lot more, allow us to feel like we're not necessarily being sold to. Because a big ironic fact about marketing is you want to sell your idea without the customer feeling like you're selling. Another aspect of email marketing is customer appreciation emails. So customer appreciation emails such as birthday, anniversary, milestone, thank you emails, enjoy high rates and deeper connection between a company and its customers. Through showing much needed during this pandemic, empathy and emotional connection is very much important. Because a lot of times, people can feel a bit disconnected with a brand because a brand's message towards customer can be a bit disjointed, can be a bit insensitive. In the harsh economic times that we're in, brands will now have to choose their words a bit more wisely, how they go about sharing their product. They're being a little less aggressive in terms of sales pitches, and it's just overall a different way how to view, how to interact with potential customers. Knowing that you have to keep in mind the context of the climate around us. Consideration. The other one is influencers. Now, in short, influencer marketing is a type of social media marketing that relies on social proof. The brands benefit from influencers, celebrities, bloggers, influential individuals to mention their products and services, thus relying on the trust of these individuals already have built up with their audiences. So think of the famous popular comedians that we all know today on Instagram. If you know that, if you think about it, how various brands connect with them, and how the type of audience that they may have reflects the same type of audience that the brands want to get into, either want to get into or the brands already connect with. A lot of times influencers are used as a bridge between brands, big corporate entities, or even small companies as well, to be that bridge that connects a particular audience with a particular product. And with that being said, in bringing up social proof, we as a consumer, we see, people that we know and trust and engaging on a daily basis on social media, interact with these brands and develops what we call social proof. And I always say to people that social proof is very important. Social proof is one of the main things why events are even successful. You see one person post a flyer of a party on WhatsApp, another person, another person, another person. After a while, it reaches that tipping point to say that, all these people who I know and trust around me wants to go to this event. That is social proof. So that is what a lot of brands try to get towards when it comes to influencers. Now, you have two different types of influencers. And a lot of times we think of influencers, we think young people, when we think influencers, automatically we think Kim Kardashian. But there's various types of influencers. Now, you have the mature market in which influencer marketing is no longer limited to only teen and young adult audiences. So this gives a new opportunity for brands to grow awareness in social media and gain relevance in various different age groups. So think of, different influencers of different age groups that we know on TV, that we know on social media. Like for example, the popular comedian lady Julie Mango, and she's always on TikTok, she's always on Twitter. And the brands that she aligns with will be much, much different than one that would be aligned with, let's say, a Shensia. Now, in moving on to that as well, we have something that you call micro-influencers. Now, these are usually influencers with less than 10,000 followers on the rise. They have a limited reach in comparison to bigger influencers. However, they are more affordable to work with and have that advantage of niche audiences and high engagement. So think of a product that is very rare that you sell, and then you have one particular customer that you have that don't have as much followers, but when they post something on social media, a lot of people want to engage with them. Smaller brands like to use micro influencers because it's more cost effective. And a lot of times, it's used as a strategy to counteract trying to capture people that may not have been, sold by your brand using a big major influencer. Because we have two types of people. People who will buy a product because an extremely popular person is using this product. But then you have people that are more skeptical, that would be more trustworthy if their neighbor bought the product, or their friend from down the road, or a couple of their followers with less than 5,000 followers. So those are what you call micro influencers. Now, moving on, we're going social media, and I want to capture our audience in social media. Now, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, we all know these particular platforms. Face and if you look at it, these platforms attract varying age groups. Facebook, as you know, is now, mostly active by older people. YouTube has a broader spectrum. Instagram and TikTok by younger people. Twitter by younger people. LinkedIn is more, as we know, is a more of a professional network. So brands will use these different platforms, but knowing and understanding the product that you have, understanding that there are various markets and how to approach them. So in sending out a message on a Twitter or a TikTok, the language that you use, the verbiage, the slangs, and etc., would not be the same that you'd use on Facebook, because Facebook, as we know, has grown to be a much older platform since its inception and its users. And in addition to that as well, the type of content that you would produce on social media would be very different. The YouTube, we know, it's predominantly video. Instagram has now become predominantly video with Reels, TikTok as well. So understanding your audience and understanding where they are and how they interact and how they speak is very influential in how you approach these particular platforms. Like for example, so let's say as a teacher, you want to, establish yourself on social media, establish yourself in the digital space. You know that your students, your target market is not your friends in the staff room. Your target market is your friends in the classroom. So then you have to understand, where are these students? They're not on Facebook, I can tell you. They're more than likely on TikTok. Because actually, as we grow older, the younger generation gravitates towards the newer social media medium. So you find that most students in the classroom, they're more likely on TikTok versus Twitter versus Instagram. So as a teacher, establishing yourself, you want to establish yourself as the maths teacher in the country, producing your content with our own CXC time and etc. TikTok would be the perfect avenue for you to display that. In moving on, Google. Now, this is actually my specialty in capturing your audience. And I'm going to tell you something that a lot of people don't know. A lot of times when we go on fashionova.com and we look on one dress and it just follows us for days and weeks via ad or via email. And you wonder, how is this? Google buckets all of us into very specific audiences. And I'm going to start with display. Now, sometimes some of us at some point in time in the year, we're searching for a new vehicle to buy, new car to purchase. We're going on ATL, automotive.com, going on KIG repeatedly. And you find that after a while, Google says that, okay, this person is going on NCB Auto Loan webpage. This person is going on ATL Automotive. This person is watching car review videos on YouTube. This means that this person is in market to purchase a vehicle. So that's how Google works when it comes to bucketing people into audiences and showing us ads. When you go on Fashion Nova and you realize that you're looking at a particular item of clothing and you find that, all right, you have the shirt in your cart, but you're not about to buy it, or you're not sure. You're going to pay your bill online. You see the shirt at the corner of your screen advertising, and then a couple of days later, you get an email from Fashion Nova say, hey, remember the shirt that you left in your cart, what you doing? Are you going to buy it or not? And then 2 days after, you get another email that says, all right, here what? You look like saying you're not going to buy it. Here's a code for 20% off. That is what you call remarketing. You are remarketing your product to an audience. And how that is triggered is, in Google's advertising, you're able to create audiences on your own that says, if Jane visits this particular product category more than 2 times within the past 3 days, we're going to show her ads for the next 2 weeks until she buys it. That's essentially how it works. And another thing is search, which is search marketing in Google solely relies on your browsing habits on a daily basis. Meaning, so if you've been searching for, wanting to buy that brand new Audi Q3 or etc., you realize that you're going to see an ad that pops up on the top of the page. That is how search marketing works. And it it purely depends on, you know, your searching habits, your browsing habits, pushing ads in front of you. I'm going to give you an even more in-depth example. Let's say you're in the US, you want to come to Jamaica, and I'm an adventure tour or a hotel. When I'm running my Google search ad, I'm targeting keywords that says flights to Jamaica, you know, JFK to Norman Manley. What that does is that tells me that you are in market to take a trip to Jamaica, take a vacation to Jamaica. So once that is done, that triggers the showcase of an ad, a search ad, me as a hotelier that says, hey, book 5 nights at Hilton, get your 6th night off for free. You know, so that's how search marketing works. And when it applies to your particular product, whatever it is that you're selling, this is a very unique way, not necessarily cheap, it can be expensive, a very unique way to filter audiences and to try and get, you know, eyeballs or your product in front of people who are in market that have high intentions of making a purchase for your product. Next one that we're going to go into is user trends. Now, the stakes have become higher as everyone, including your customers, had a difficult time in 2020. Now, everyone expects better support, better experience, better everything. A brand is expected to be empathetic, as what we mentioned earlier, open to more personal connection with its audience, and more open to showing how it's getting things done. And now, two ways in which brands are doing this is by, you know, offering reviews, no, asking for reviews and using reviews as marketing tools in order to get other customers. Just like what we mentioned before when it came to attaining social proof. Now, this is now more of a norm than a trend. When we go on an e-commerce site and decide on a product, the first thing we look at is actual customer reviews, ideally with attached photos or videos of the product. The possibility for customers to give their own unbiased comments about a brand will give a better reputation and competitive advantage to the brand, especially if there are reviews from trusted sources. Now, when it comes to benefits, the brand can also share these reviews on their social media platforms to show how real people feel about their services and spread even more awareness. Now, as we mentioned before, when it comes to social proof, going on Amazon, first thing people usually do, look at the price and then look at the reviews. Because at the end of the day, when you see real people commenting on stuff, that enhances your social proof to execute a purchase of this particular item. Because at the end of the day, all these activities from marketing, it all boils down to trying to attain social proof by whichever means. The other thing is freebies and tests. Now, it's no secret that freebies can generate a lot of sales over time. And this has never been more relevant. More brands use freebies in order to introduce their services to audiences who are unfamiliar with them. Offering helpful and wanting products and services for free inspires loyalty and expands your customers' knowledge about what you offer. So essentially, again, social proof. Another thing that social proof generates is trust. Because once you know somebody personally using a brand, whether it be from a big influencer, micro influencer, somebody that you know on WhatsApp, people using reviews, you know, it all boils down to building up trust to that threshold to make a purchase for a particular product. And, you know, brands giving out tests is no different. Because at the end of the day, the whole purpose of giving out free samples when you go in Mega Mart, when you go in Price Mart, is to, you know, remove that barrier of buyer's remorse. To say that, you know, you don't know if you're going to taste good, you don't know if you're going to fit you, try it for free. Try it for free, you feel good, you feel comfortable, that builds that level of trust, breaks down that, you know, wall of distrust for you to feel comfortable to make a purchase. In moving forward, and this is the last topic, digital campaign trends. Digital marketing campaigns aren't constant and depend specifically on current circumstances your business is in and what you wish to achieve. Despite that, we can pinpoint that brand's awareness, social media followers, and SEO score are always worth considering. So what are the trends? What you find that, if you notice, Instagram revolved from being so mostly pictures, and it has moved to video. If you realize that no, everything and how we consume a lot of things online is via video. Just as though kids nowadays, younger children, everything that you're consuming is through video. So videos are the future. So according to eMarketer's Keystat, by 2023, the world's population will be near 8 billion for the first time. Over 39% of Earthlings will be digital video viewers. In comparison, this number was 35% in 2019. But what about the video digital marketing trends? Now, if you haven't taken notice, there has been a lot more vertical videos. As it's already become evident, most internet users access the internet through mobile devices, which dictates vertical video ads for users' convenience. Social media platforms are already embracing the trend, and this will continue in the next few years. What you'd also find that videos have become shorter because how we consume information and content and how accessible it is. You know, we now have the ability to switch from what we want and what we don't want. Which means that we have shorter attention spans, which means that marketers have to, you know, marketers have to evolve in how they go about showcasing content by using shorter videos. So the shorter the video, the more willing the audience is willing to watch it. In order to grab the consumer's attention, a video should be reduced to anywhere between 5 and 15 seconds because that's how short our attention span has shrunk over time. Another thing is, when it comes to campaign trends, you find that a lot of brands are constantly changing how they go about trying to sell people products. And a big way in order to do that is through A/B testing. The best way to understand your target market and pain points is through A/B testing. You know, testing one channel, we're testing, you know, an ad through Facebook using the color blue, testing the same ad through Twitter using the color blue, you know, which one works. You test the same ad through Instagram. One ad has the color blue, one has the color red, which one works better. And that's how, you know, how marketers go about trying to get the best bang out of their marketing buck while trying to get as much customers as possible, as efficiently as possible. So the best way to understand your target market and pain points is through A/B testing. The trends here pinpoint personalization testing to deliver the most relevant experience to your audience. And finally, client segmentation. This is very big where, you know, and I mentioned this before, understanding your audience, understanding that not all the products that you have fits into the same audience. Don't try to put a square into a round hole. Understand which products that you have appeal to which audience. Be able to define that audience and understand how that audience ticks, how that audience goes about making their purchases. And that in itself is client segmentation. This is important because, as I mentioned previously, you wouldn't want to be marketing a product that is clearly geared for a younger audience on Facebook versus TikTok and vice versa. So that in itself, in a nutshell, is client segmentation and the importance of it, and why we should always know everything as it relates to our customers. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Fraser. I am looking to see if any of our participants on YouTube, if they have any, any questions to ask. We don't have any at this time. So I want to say a big thank you for your presentation. We noticed that the trends that you have spoken to will add value to the teachers that are online, and they can explore the whole possibility of what works for their student, because as you rightfully said in your presentation, you would not see, as you rarely find the students on Facebook. Their audience is really TikTok and Instagram. That's where you find them. So it would mean for a teacher, if they are trying to reach a particular audience in terms of their lesson, it would be nice to have a math challenge, and they utilize the TikTok app, to be able to gravitate and get the lesson across to their students. So I find that to be quite informative. Don't know if you have anything else to add where that is concerned.
No, I just think that marketing is a good skill to learn, especially as a teacher, because my mother was a teacher for 20 years. So I understand every day you're trying to sell topics to students. And I think digital marketing is a good way for teachers to be able to, establish themselves in the digital space within their subject matter. And I think it's a good space for teachers to take advantage of, especially given that there's not really anybody doing it much in the digital space from a teaching point of view. So I think it's something that teachers can really take advantage of and
capitalize on it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, so far, persons are saying thank you, sir. Quite informative. Another person says I'm really learning a lot now. Wow. Thank you for the information. So you're getting quite a bit of reviews in terms of the content that you push out a few minutes ago. So if we are going to be the change agents that we want to see in the early childhood sector, we need to be embracing digital marketing. That's what you're putting forward, because that will allow us to reach more students. I really see the math thing taking off. Probably some of our math teacher can embrace that, because while growing up, I had some serious challenges with math. I never liked the maths class at all. And it took me a while to really grasp the concept. So I know if you put the whole music to things, you have different type of learners. So we just have to recognize how our children learn and capitalize on that style. That is for sure. Yeah, so I thank you again, Mr. Fraser. I'm just looking to see if there are any more questions. No, there are no more questions. So I won't keep you any longer because I trust you have a very busy schedule and a very busy day. So from the early childhood team here for PDI, we want to thank you for your informative presentation. I know we will have many of our teachers logging on to some of these space that you have made mention here today. And we look forward to having more sessions like this with you being a part of it. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, Sir Fraser. All right, our able participants, you heard it from the man himself, the digital marketing man, Mr. Fraser. We want you to just log on to our evaluation form at this time, and you can feel free to assess the session that you were just engaged in. Remember that you are to share the link with a friend, ask them to subscribe to our YouTube channel so we can have more individuals getting the information that is being pushed out here this afternoon. So once again, let me thank you for joining us for this session. And I am gonna ask you to stick and stay with us. Come back at 2:45? 2:45 when we will have millimovers. 2:25 when we will have our millimovers. Yes, so you can get ready in your gym wear and get into that space where you can move with all our millimovers persons. So stick and stay with us. We will see you back at 2:25. Have a good afternoon until I see you at 2:25.
Hi everybody, welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas and the bedroom because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now. joining me today for Many Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is. Let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Many Little Movers. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome to Many Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now. for Million Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is, let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Million Little Movers. Thank you. Thank you all for joining me today for Million Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is, let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Million Little Movers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. I know you enjoyed those movements with Millie Movers, and you are now more energized and ready for the next Masterclass Leaders Conversation. And our topic for this afternoon will be strategic and goal-oriented leadership in the fourth industrial revolution with presenter Miss Nadine Sinclair. It is critical that in an era of smart technologies, emerging robotics, the role and management of people have never been more important in seeking to create the modalities within the framework of strategic goal-oriented leadership. Now, let me introduce our presenter for this session. Ms. Nadine Sinclair is an international transformational coach. She's a trainer, storyteller, and a motivational speaker. Her clients say NADS, and she has been coaching long before it was sexy. Yeah? She is the owner of Go Bold Coaching, where we offer functional coaching to individuals and entrepreneurs through an introspective journey into self-awareness to propel inspired action for building a life of wellness, freedom, and a successful purpose-driven life and business. NADS has created programs to support you in finding your unique gifts and talents. She has an extensive experience in human resources in a wide cross-section of industries: banking, information technology, manufacturing, tourism, retail, and healthcare. And she is the project coordinator for the JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation's National Project Conversations for Greatness. She has also started writing a column on Good News Jamaica site entitled Just a Thought. Ms. Sinclair launched the Jamaica chapter of an international women's group, Women's Prosperity Network, WPN, in June 2013. So you can understand that she comes with a wealth of knowledge as she will be exploring the topic today with us. So before we get started, I always tend to go through some housekeeping matters, and I remind our participants that at the end of Ms. Sinclair's presentation, we will have 15 minutes for questions and answers. So we encourage you, as Ms. Sinclair goes through, you can start jotting down your questions and we will field those questions to her. And as long as time allows, we will have her answering those questions for you. Also, you are reminded that you need to complete the evaluation form for the sessions that we would have posted in the chat. And we're asking you please to complete the workshop evaluation form. And there will also be a conference evaluation form that we will make available to you as well. However, the conference form must only be filled out on the last day of the conference because you're assessing the whole conference, okay? So at this time, I am just going to take myself out of the way and I'm going to hand over to our astute presenter, Miss Nadine Sinclair. Miss Sinclair, over to you.
And thank you. I really appreciate that, Denise. Welcome everyone to another beautiful day, and what a wonderful conference.
It is.
It is indeed. Yes, I'd love to share my screen so you can see. And as Denise has already indicated, my topic is on strategic and goal-oriented leadership in the fourth industrial revolution. Boy, that's kind of like a mouthful, eh? But before I even get into that, I want to first thank the Early Childhood Commission and the Planning Committee for hosting this amazing Professional Development Institute 2022. It's really an opportunity for persons to be part of what I call nation building. And it is an amazing journey that they're taking you on. As it As the theme would say, it's innovation in childhood development through vision to action. And that's exactly what I'm going to be focusing on today. So I am your facilitator. I was doing a little reading when I was given this topic, and I'm just going to read for you something that I read in the World Economic Forum. I am reading this article, and it was saying that leaders are challenged to develop effective strategies in today's rapidly changing markets, especially being faced with an ever-changing and increasing array of new technology. Leaders said that they had difficulty understanding all the new technology that's driven, all of the new technology-driven opportunities, and in some cases, they lack the strategic vision to guide their efforts. And as I continued on, and I did some Google searches and so forth, I looked at the fourth industrial revolution, which is basically defining the period that we're in right now, our current environment, which is rapidly growing, rapidly moving and changing. And boy, I tell you, back in the day when they talked about things like robotics and the internet, early days now I'm talking. I have a friend that went to school with me, went to college with me, and we're talking back in the 80s and 90s, and he went into robotics. I could tell you that at that moment, I couldn't wrap my head around it, other than maybe what I saw on TV and what others made. I mean, cell phones were pretty new at that time, right? So as I listened to him and talking about robotics and what things would be able to do, I was like, sounds a little far-fetched and way out there, right? But guess what? 2020 came, and even if we were not up to date, we were not using technology as we thought we could, and we heard our children using, it then became the norm. COVID created, I'm gonna say, an opportunity for us to open our minds to technology. And guess what? If you never heard of Zoom before, you were exposed to it during COVID, and then everybody became a Zoom expert, didn't they? So this afternoon, I'm gonna take you on a journey. And I'm asking you to join me on this journey as we strategize and consider ourselves first, because that's what I want us to understand self, understand our team members, our students, parents, colleagues, all of the relationships in our lives. So I want you to just bear with me a little bit as I encourage you that as part of the learning and the understanding in leading in this new era, which is the era that we're in now, is that I believe strongly that we must first start with self. Who am I? How do I really fit into this picture? How do I fit into this universe, this world? What is happening here now? Yeah? I encourage us to first look at self. And as we look at self, not sure if anybody has heard of or knew of this book, The 5 Love Languages. And it's called The 5 Love Languages, How to Express Heartfelt Commitment to Your Mate by Gary Chapman. It really focuses on romantic relationships. But I want to invite you to consider that all relationships go through a similar path, no different. Yes, romantic relationships may be the focus of that book, but I believe strongly at this time, our focus should be on understanding self and then understanding the people around us. And just to give you a little idea, those 5 love languages: words of affirmation, acts of service, receiving gifts, quality time, personal touch. Now, actually, there is a free test online. Again, everything's accessible to us these days. You can go online and it's called The Love Languages, The 5 Love Languages. When you do the test, you can get an idea of what your love language is. Now, it's 5 of them. You may be 1 or 2. You may be all 5, but what I'm going to invite you to do is to do the test, because typically there's 1 or 2 that are sort of top of the list for you. And I'm just going to give you an example again from my life. And early days, long before this book came out, I recognized that my love language was quality time. And I say this because what I recognized is that when I started working, one of my very first supervisors, bosses, managers would try her best to encourage me through financial resources, overtime, working more hours, working more days. But that was not something that was important to me. That's not something that drove me. What was more important to me is quality time. And as a result, because quality time was more important to me, if you asked me to work some extra hours, but you're going to give me a day off, that was something that I would work really hard at to be able to do, to be able to get that time off, because the time off then meant spending time with family and that sort of thing. And so that's why I'm encouraging you that in this time is to, 1, take some time to look in and to see, who am I? How do I fit into this picture? What are some of my dreams and my aspirations? And as we move on that journey, I'm inviting you to consider your vision. And when we look at vision, this quote is from Stephen Covey. I'm asking you to look beyond your present reality. So I'm sitting here in Mandeville, yeah? But guess what? 2020 created an opportunity that from right here in Mandeville, I was able to connect with people right across the globe. So it's looking beyond the 5 senses. So you're looking beyond that into, you notice that the glasses is there as well, but you're looking beyond your current reality. You're going to create or invent what does not yet exist, and to uncover and step into who you really are, which then gives us the capacity to live out of our imagination instead of our memory of the past and maybe things that we didn't get right and we didn't do it how we wanted to do, or whatever the case may be. And then the other piece of it is that we're going to use generative language, future-based language. Well, that's when they call it into being. And I know for everyone on this platform, all of us have used it at some point in our life or another, where we really wanted something. It could have been the car. We saw ourselves in the car. We smelt the car. We knew the color of the car that we wanted. All of those things, because it was in our vision. It could have been the education. You saw yourself walking across the stage with diploma in hand, and you said, I got it. It's done. It could have been a position. It could have been a relationship. Whatever it is that it could be a way of being. You see it first. You create it through your vision, through those I am statements. And so I'm encouraging you to use your imagination. And you see this quote here from Albert Einstein: imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attractions. Because if you can imagine, as ECC was planning for today, there was some vision as to what they wanted. They wanted to see the room full. They wanted to impact the lives of thousands of people. They had an idea of, who and who they wanted to present, all of those different things. So I want you to stretch your mind and take yourself out of your present reality and just go right into your imagination and look into your future, using those I am statements, using that generative language that sort of pulls the information to you. Because as you were considering, for example, like I said, the car, you smelt it and all the senses came in. You knew the color of the car. You saw yourself driving on the road, whatever the case may be. And as you use those senses, you brought it to life. You were generating it and creating what it is that you wanted, and you brought it to life. If you think about the Bible, God used generative language. God spoke in that language. He said, let there be. and there was. Let there be light, and light was. All of those different things. So as we are here as educators, as parents, as administrators, consider the vision of your environment. Could be the classroom. It can be your work environment. Whatever it may be, you're going to create that future that you want for yourself by utilizing your vision, your imagination. So let's plant some seeds. So our next step, we're going to use some strategy and some things that we can consider for our lives. So as we're creating synergy between competency, and when I speak of competency, I'm referring to your own strengths and the strengths of the individuals, your team members, the people that you're in a relationship. And then you can take it to understanding each individual's unique gift and talent. You know, I love to tell stories. So again, back to my life, I have a business partner. She loves to take notes when we're in sessions and we're doing coaching sessions, things like that. That's not my gift and talent. And so I know that she's going to be writing those notes. So I'm the person that will be sharing, and I have the vision of what we want. I may strategize what we're going to do next, those types of things, but I'm speaking it and she's writing. So that's her gift. And sometimes when I may forget something, she's there I can lean on to remind me and to assist me in that way. In the same way with our teams. So as we strategize and think about what vision that we want for ourselves, for our entities, for our classrooms, we're using the strategy of those unique gifts and talents of all of the persons within the room around us, within our school environment, within our community, because we all know that each person has a different gift. And we each have our own tools that we use to fulfill different areas of our life. Some tools we use to help ourselves calm down or relax, whatever it may be. It could be music, it could be meditation, it could be prayer, whatever it is for you. You're going to be using those things. And then we're going to go into a little more detail now. As we're looking at leadership in this fourth industrial revolution, I believe that we need it driven by data. Back in the day, you would have to flip pages and go to the library and open up lots of books. Today, we have so much accessible to us. We have our smartphones, we have smart watches, we have the computer, we have the internet, we have so much available to us. And so as we use that to guide our decision making, when we think about things like training, and that's information that we can get possibly from appraisal documents that you've reviewed, your staff members' appraisal over the last year, and you see where there's these various needs. It can be something in relation to coaching, and the coaching does not have to be a formal coaching arrangement. It could be persons utilized right around you, because what coaches really ultimately do is they guide you. They ask you probing questions to open pathways, open your mind to a different way of seeing things, a different perspective than maybe you would have seen before. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a formal environment in that coaching way, but coaching leadership has taken on, I believe, a new perspective where individuals in that leadership role are guiding people. It's not about giving people the answers, because when it comes from within you, it hits you deeper. You're able to connect with it in a deeper way. And if you think of coaching, I'm going to say in the comparison to like a travel agent versus a tour guide. A travel agent will direct you and tell you, say, okay, you want to go to Jamaica, you may want to stay at a hotel on the North Coast, and here are some options. When you look at a tour guide, which is similar to like a coach, they actually take you on the journey. They're walking on that journey with you. They may be asking you some questions, probing questions to get you to the solution and to uncover for you information that you need to ultimately shift your perspective and the life that you want for yourself. And that's what coaching may do for you. As we go through now, when we think of things like emotional intelligence, it's looking at the capacity to become aware and control your own emotions, but simultaneously looking at putting myself in the next person's shoes, seeing that there's some energy in this room, there is a feeling in the room that doesn't feel good. My staff member is not comfortable. One of my parents, for one of my students, or the student isn't feeling in a way that is most productive. So it's about being able to do that in an empathetic way. Now, some people, that's sort of innate. They're able to have that sort of emotional intelligence without even trying. It's literally like a part of their makeup, part of who they are. And for others, we need to become aware of it and to get some training in that area. Yeah? One of the biggest things I believe that emotional intelligence serves is in guiding conversations, in particular when they become challenging and diffusing conflict. Those are, to me, are one of the two main things that something like emotional intelligence helps to guide. When we think about our values, and I'm touching on each of these because I feel that they're very important in leading today. The staff members, the students, our colleagues of today are very different from the past. Some people would have just take information and run with it. Now I think we're in a position where we need to better understand the people that we're working with. When we think about values, and I'm talking about our core values, things like love and integrity and honesty and forthrightness, that type of thing. Those are the things that guide who we are and what we do. And if we consider that my values are going to be different than Denise's, it's going to be different than the other persons on my team, other persons on this platform. And I'm talking about like your top 3 values. They'll be different. Those are the things that have been poured into you and they kind of stuck to you. You know, you come into this world and there are different persons that are pouring into you. Parents, other friends, grandparents, teachers, you know, all educators, Sunday school, all of these things pour into you. And as they're pouring into you, they're pouring different values, different ways of being, different perspectives. And for us as individuals, some stick and some do not. And those values that are left with you, I can tell you one of my top values is love. And as I went to work with the JMMB, I knew that I was in alignment with the value of that organization. So when I say that it guides me, it guides everything that I do. It guides how I operate in life. There are times when I'm out of alignment with it, and I might do things that are not loving. But when I become aware that I'm in that space, I pause and I say, hold on, lads, this is not working for you. Let us make some shifts. Let's adjust how we're operating because it's not working. So as we consider leading, it's about finding out what are in our people's values. Are they in alignment with mine? And if they are out of alignment, does it support my value though? Because it may not be exactly like mine, but it may support my values. Think about things of psychometric assessments. Again, sort of in line with the coaching and the training and so forth, and our values is getting to know who that individual is, what are some of their strengths, what are the areas that they may have some challenges. And as we build our team, we look at the personalities that would be best for that role. For example, if you are studying and you want to become a software developer, you may or may not want to necessarily be somebody that's interacting regularly with others. But if you're in a customer facing role, I say a customer service representative or what have you, you want somebody who is very engaging, is able to speak to persons fluently and in a very easy, almost like even keeled manner, as they would say, things of that nature. Again, those psychometric assessments is more about getting to understand and appreciate who people are versus they don't have this skill or they have this particular skill. So it's about, again, using data to guide your decision making in that respect. When we think of things of research and development, boy, the way things are changing so rapidly today and in this fourth industrial revolution, it's a constant change. If you think of the phone that you had 2 years ago, not even 5 or 10, 2, 3 years ago, very different than the one that they have today. They're constantly evolving. And similarly, if you think of your leadership, there was a time when an autocratic leader, it worked. And it can even work today, but for some individuals, not for all. And so sometimes we even have to shift how we operate depending on who we're working with. So when we consider research and development, it's keeping abreast of new technology, new information, new ways of leading. I mentioned the forum, the World Forum that I looked up. It's about keeping us abreast of what's going on around us based on our field. So like my field is coaching. Daily, I'm looking at videos, I am doing research online, I'm meeting with friends, with other colleagues that support me in guiding the conversation, in honing my skills, because that's a part of the research and development. It's about decision making, but also about guiding the skill set that I have for myself. And so I feel like that is also very, very important that we grow in growing our business. And then we look at succession planning. I may be in a role of, say, a supervisor or a teacher, and I want to become head of that department. What are some of the steps that need to be taken? Maybe some courses that need to be taken in order for me to progress. So that's for me as the individual, but as a part of the leadership team, we're looking throughout our team members, the persons in our environment, the persons around us, and they don't necessarily have to work within the same school, because they could work at another institution, but you say, that is a skill that I need here. It could be that the person comes in to do a session, or it can be that you're pulling on a skill set from somewhere else. But when you think of succession planning, it is the growth of self to go to your next level, and that you're pulling somebody else up behind you as well. As you grow and you develop, you're growing others in the same way. So when you think of succession planning, it also speaks to critical areas in your environment that you think is very important, that you don't want to leave any gaps whatsoever. And so you have individuals that you would have identified for those specific positions. Naturally, we're here at Early Childhood Commission. You think about persons that are in a leadership role, like a principal or a VP. The teacher in the classroom is also in a leadership role. In all areas, there's a head of a department. So you're looking at what kind of progression that you can guide individuals on, but allow these tools, the psychometric assessment, your research, the training, the coaching that you would have been exposed to guide when you look at what's next for both the individual that you may be looking at as a possible successor, or as for yourself in the next step for you. And I hope we're getting on okay. Denise, I actually put a Q&A here, but I'm gonna pause it since you said you want to do that towards the end, but I put one there just in case we could do it in the middle, but that's fine. So for those that are here on the platform, I'm going to invite us. I use the word intention. You can use the word goal. I like the word intention, but as you are looking at some steps towards your vision, I want to encourage us to, as a challenge, as a charge, I'm going to ask you to write 3 things that you would like to achieve between now and August 31. So basically giving you about 3 months, 3 things that you would like to achieve. Now, that could be something in relation to your own leadership style that you want to go and do a course. It could be to have a conversation with somebody that you think could go to the next level, whatever it may be. But I want you to think about the vision that you have for yourself in this regard. Big piece, know your why. Why do I want to achieve that between now and August 31? What is it about that? How do I want to feel having accomplished it? So similar to when I was asking you to use generative language, future-based language, to pull in what it is that you want, I want you to consider how you would feel, for example, walking across the stage to collect the degree, to collect the certificate, how you want to feel driving that car, whatever it may be, that goal, that vision that you have for yourself, to put feeling into it. So how you want to feel, and then to get an accountability partner. I think it's very important that we share our vision, but be careful who we share it with. Make sure it's somebody that's going to be supportive, somebody that is on a similar journey with you, and that will do it in a very loving way, hold you accountable, but in a very loving way. Yeah, so that's what I want you to set for yourself as part of your own leadership. I know it sounded like a very heavy topic when we started this conversation, but I really wanted to drill down into it and make it very practical, because as we lead in this era, I think it is so important, like I said, that we get to know people, we get to know ourselves, and do our own psychometric assessment on ourselves. We can get the results. There are now lots of complimentary free tests that are online. Do the love language test, the quiz. It's a short test. It doesn't take more than about 15 to 20 minutes to get that done. I want to give you an example of the vision that I created for myself. It is something that I created a few years back. I am joy, peace, and wealth, sharing simple coaching tools with the world for a life of freedom and empowerment. And as you see, it is something that is future-based. I am. Not that I'm going to become or I will, it is that I am. When I think about vision and Vision 2030, we ourselves at JMMB, Joan Duncan Foundation, have been doing lots of work with educators, with schools across the island. And we continue to do that in other institutions as well, in a program called Conversations for Greatness. It's because we saw the vision that this kind of coaching, transformational conversation is important. It is critical for us to move forward, for us to look within and to consider, what's my vision for myself? How am I being in certain situations? Is that how I want to show up as a leader? Is that how I want to show up as a leader in this world? And so as we consider all of these different things, I want to invite you to write that vision statement for yourself. Where you work, your school may already have a vision. How do I fit in to that vision? What's my piece of the bigger vision? As I consider our island, how do I fit in? Where do I add value in this organization, in this country, in this world? Because each and every person here adds value to our world. So I wanted to just touch on a few takeaways. as I go back through, that I'm encouraging us to use data, and wherever it is that you're able to get that data from. There's a tool that we share in Conversations for Greatness, fact versus interpretation. Information you already know, but sometimes we get caught up in our interpretations that it gets muddled up with the facts. And before we know it, it then becomes our truth and we no longer even know what the facts are. So when I ask you to use data to guide your decisions, I'm also asking you to look at some of the facts. And I'm just going to give you an example from my life. A few weeks ago, I lead a foundation in Mandeville. I live in Mandeville, the Manchester Wellness Foundation. And I'm the chairperson for that foundation. And a few weeks ago, we were chatting in our WhatsApp group because we hadn't started any fundraising activities yet for this year. One of the things that we had done in the past was a raffle. And in the chat back and forth, one of the other persons mentioned we need a new chair. I immediately took it very personal and said, oh, maybe I'm not doing a good job. They want a different chair person to lead the foundation. What the fact was, she wrote, we need a new chair. And then I went into all of this story and interpretation of them not wanting me, I'm not doing a good job, da, 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 da. So I called her and I asked her about it. And she started to laugh. She was like, nah, that's not what I was saying. I was talking about a chair for the raffle committee, because for every fundraiser, every activity like that we have, we usually have a chairperson that leads it. Now, you can just imagine I was laughing at myself because the conversation that was going on in my head was all over the place. No, fact, she said, we need a new chair. My interpretation went all over the place. And so the real gift with that tool is to separate the facts from the interpretation, because most times our interpretations do not serve us. And in the same way, I encourage you to use data, to use facts to guide the decisions that are made for yourselves and also for the persons that you are leading. Because I think that's very important. You don't have all of the little questioning if you're using the facts. You know, persons can't question it when you use the facts. It's when you get into interpretation and story like I did, and I don't believe I'm alone, that it takes you down a road that does not typically serve you. Because I was so caught up in my story and in my ego when I was going into that interpretation. That was not so. You can just imagine that she really laughed hard about it because she was not saying that. Now, there's some key things in that particular tool. One is that I went to the source. I didn't chat with others. I actually went directly to the person that posted it and asked her the question so that we could get some clarity and clear the air. Seems like a simple tool, but it's powerful, because imagine if I had carried that story with me and continued to hold that person up in my heart, as they would have said, and just keep building on the story and feel away, etc. And so that's why I'm encouraging us to use information, use data to drive, not our stories, to first get to understand self, understand your team. That to me is a big piece in moving us forward, moving our vision forward, looking into being emotionally intelligent. Sometimes you're caught up in the story and you're so upset, you can't even get there. So you may need to pause. You need to pull back. You need to come away from the scene, the situation, to be able to see clearly. Because one of the things with emotional intelligence is that you're able to diffuse a situation. And sometimes that's about coming back, pulling away, and just pausing so that we can clear the air. I encourage you to think about using the coaching practices, using tools that are available to you. There's so much available to us now in 2020. And like I said, it's at our fingertips. We can just, and get a lot of information. It's not far from us. So a lot is available to us. Consider our succession planning. Because as you are growing and developing others, my encouragement is to grow and develop yourself so that you move to the next level, and then you're pulling others up with you as you look at your succession planning. And I wanted to leave you with one of my favorite quotes. I cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters that create many ripples, many, many ripples. Now, I know that in this environment, over the last 2+ years now, our educators and everyone in that arena has been challenged. And I want to really give you a heartfelt thank you. A thank you for, standing strong in this unprecedented period. As educators, and if you're directly or indirectly educators, I want to lift my hat to you and just really tell you thank you. Because as you move forward, you are building our nation. You are building it one step at a time. And if you consider your own journey, as you were students yourself at one point in time as children, you remember a teacher. You may remember somebody that was at the gate. It could have been a security guard. So those are people that may be indirectly in education, but they're a part of the process. You may remember something that they would have done that to this day you remember, and it's still held here in your heart. So, the one person may not be able to just change the entire world. No, but you make that ripple effect that impacts the next person, and then the next person, and then the next person. So as we consider strategizing for leading, my encouragement to each and every one of you is to know self, consider others, look at the values that are driving you, and have a conversation about what others are, what their values are, the people that work with us, the people around us, and to use data to drive our decision making. I feel like that is very, very important. I appreciate being given the opportunity to share with you today. And I'm going to leave you with a warning from me, Coach Nad. If you hang out with me for too long, I'll brainwash you into believing in yourself and thinking you can achieve anything. Thank you again. One love from my heart to yours. And I'd love to hear if there are any questions.
Awesome, Nadine. Awesome. I believe we do have questions for you. Shireen Fletcher, her question is, there are some people who can't visualize what they want. What can you say to these persons to help them?
Oh, great question. Great question. I'm going to encourage, it was Shireen, right?
Yes, Shireen.
If you take yourself back to your childhood, the reality is that as children, we were dreaming, and we had some big, massive dreams. We didn't care about the how. And as we grow older, that's where we get caught up. Because if you think of yourself as when you were children, and a teacher asks you a question, your hand is up, and you're like, me, miss. And then over time, things happen, and your hand goes down till you stop talking, and you're like, well, I not say nothing, and it gets diminished. And I'm sharing that because that's what ends up happening with our dreams and our visions. So if you consider what you say you'd like to do as a child, start there and then go from there. For example, when I was little, I wanted to be a nurse. Then I wanted to be an accountant. And guess what? It came through my parents. My mom was in nursing and my dad was an accountant. But what I found out is that as I went along, my vision didn't change very much. It was that I really wanted to assist and support people. but it came in a different way. It came through educating, it came through coaching, it came through training. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to encourage you. Think back to when you were a child and what were you dreaming? Because maybe somebody said to you, foolishness, don't even consider that dream. It's not going to work. How are you going to do that? You name it. Steve Harvey speaks about the fact that all he wanted to do was to tell jokes. He saw himself telling jokes and being on stage, but he would tell you that when he was a little boy, teachers, others told him, no, not so. But he saw himself doing that. And even to take it a little step further, he only saw where he could be doing stand-up in like a nightclub or what have you. He will tell you to this day, I'm still just telling jokes. He's got books, he's got radio, he's on TV shows. I mean, everywhere you turn, there's Steve Harvey. Still telling jokes. So I hope that helps. Any other questions, Denise?
It should help. She hasn't responded yet. She says wonderful response. So it has helped her. Another question is, you spoke about emotional intelligence, and we have been hearing a lot of that as leaders. You can't lead without emotional intelligence. So we want to know if, do you think emotional intelligence can be taught, or it's an innate thing that you need to have?
Okay, number one, I think it is something natural and it is innate. I believe there are persons out there that from their little, they can just sense the energy. And I believe that we all have it. What happens is that we're not always aligned and attuned to it. So there are times when we're disconnected from it. But I truly believe, when you step into a room and you can feel that people are just arguing.
Yes.
And you can literally realize it, so they could have cut the tension in there.
With a knife.
Exactly. That's the same kind of emotional intelligence. It's about recognizing that what's going on around you. Like, hold on, something's happening here. But sometimes we're disconnected from it. And my encouragement is to tap into that self.
Okay.
Tap into that self.
All right. Excellent.
I hope that helped.
It helped. Another question we have is, what are the qualities you look for? Because you spoke about having accountability partners, right? So we want to know, what are the qualities you look for to ensure that you are selecting the right accountability partner?
Thank you for that question. Very good question. Number one, it has to be a supporter. Somebody who's not going to throw cold water on your dreams, on your vision. Somebody that is open-minded, who is not going to be judgmental, who's going to hear what you have to say and add value to that vision. They may say to you, like for example, early days, I may have said something like, I will become. And somewhere along the line, somebody said to me, Nadine, drop the I will. It is the I am statement. It's about making sure that how we language things is important. And that has come about through the journey that I've been on, so making sure that the people around you are supportive. And all of us kind of know those naysayers, those people that are going to throw cold water on our dreams.
Destiny killers, they call them.
Yes, and guess what? The reality is that sometimes people are just afraid. They don't want you to come out of your comfort zone that's going to make you grow bigger, and then they
become smaller,
or that you're going to may leave them behind. You may leave them behind. Think about it a different way, like in the succession planning, where you say, "Come, girl, come, Denise. We've got to get up on this journey." That's a way of looking at it.
Okay.
So when you think of those accountability partners, look at persons who are your colleagues and your friends that are very supportive and are going to add value to your vision.
Okay. Thanks for that one, Nadine. The next one, suppose you have persons who are, you said for succession planning, right? You are seeing somebody as where you want them to go, but unfortunately they are not seeing themselves going in that direction. How do you help them to get there?
Yeah, and that's where the coaching will come from. Because guess what? We can't see ourselves in a picture frame. Hence, that's where coaches come from. Because the person is seeing in you something that you don't even see for yourself. Guess what? We're typically our biggest critics. We're the ones that are saying, Lord Nadine, how you never put on no more makeup? Lord Nadine, how you wear that blue top? Lord, how you get so big on foot? We're the ones that are our biggest critics. I mean, one of the biggest challenges that I have is I focus a lot on weight, my weight. And I think it's my entire life I've done that. And others have said to me, but Nadine, when you step into a room, people not seeing that. They're seeing you, they're seeing your energy and your essence. And so it's about encouraging that person in a loving way, and giving them the tools and sharing with them information so that they can start to see it for themselves. To maybe give them examples of where you saw them supposedly speaking in an environment, and you saw them speaking, you're like, wow, that person captivated the people, or they, whatever it may be, or they did a report and they were very thorough. And you said, well, see the evidence here, you've got it. Yeah. And like I said, encouragement in a loving way.
Sounds good. Sound advice, Nadine. We thank you for that. So far, we are just getting comments. This person says, I like your vibes, miss. Well, that's Shireen again. Ava says, very empowering session. I think this is Village Royal. I guess that's his YouTube name. That person says, great. Another individual says, love that presentation, love the presentation. So you are getting very good reviews.
Oh, thank you,
so
thank
far.
you.
And
What I
I
would
must
say to you, Denise, is that, when we hear some titles, they sound big and massive. Strategic and goal-oriented leadership in the fourth industrial revolution. I remember when Jalissa first said it to me, I was like, wow, that's a mouthful. But guess what? All of us have, listen, we are all going through it now. That's what they're talking about. One. Number two, think about it. In our own personal lives, each and every one of us, the mere fact that we're on here, we have navigated the fourth industrial revolution, leading self through what has been an unprecedented period in our lives. Listen, I'm gonna top the things. When COVID hit, Nat does coaching, I miss positivity, I went into panic, I went into overwhelm. He said, this little island, we're gonna manage. We're gonna manage. The day after Jamaica closed its borders, my mother was rushed to emergency room. My mother lives in the States. And again, overwhelmed, panic. Lord, I hope she don't get COVID. She was in hospital for like 3.5 weeks. Thank God for technology. By the way, it's me introduce my sons to WhatsApp video.
That's good.
I was literally in the hospital bed with her every day. You understand? But I went into panic. I went into overwhelm. And I had to say, pause, girl. That's not serving you. And so that's why I'm encouraging everybody here that you've already been through this unprecedented period. We've all survived. We're on the back end of it. And we have all taught ourselves different tools to navigate this season. And I'm going to encourage you that the language. So like, for example, one of the things that I did shortly after I got into that was I started to shift my language. This is a historical period. If you don't remember what you did in 2016 or 2018 or 2008, you remember what happened in 2020.
No one will forget.
No one will forget,
No one will forget.
No one will forget. So it's about breaking it down. And again, we have so many tools available to us. So much. That's literally at our fingertips.
That is so true. And we really thank you for bringing them to the fore this afternoon so we can really examine them. Because sometimes, as you said before, knowledge is power. And what you really don't know, you can't change. So the fact that you have opened our eyes to some of the strategies that persons need to employ. I am certain that many of our teachers are more empowered to become their best selves this afternoon. So I really thank you. I thank
You
you.
are more than welcome. I thank you from the bottom of my heart as well, because like I said, I really have to lift my hat. All of you have been through some unprecedented period and have navigated the time.
Yes, and we will continue with
Yes.
God as our source of strength. We know we are going to come out and conquer. Yes.
Speak it
So
into
speak
being.
the language. Speak the language.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Denise.
So thank you, Nadine, and we look forward to more collaborations with you as well as with JMMB. And I know that you will be in other spaces for the ECC during our Professional Development Institute. So thank you so much, Nadine, and I do wish for you a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you. Take care. One love.
Okay, bye. So my lovely participants, I want to thank you again for joining us. And I want you to remember those key takeaway points that Miss Sinclair would have shared with you. Know your whys. How do you want to feel? Get yourself an accountability partner and use data to guide your decisions. If you are going to be successful, you gotta speak the language. So call those things that are not as though they are. So we want to thank you for tuning in this afternoon for this session. And I will encourage you to remember to fill out the workshop evaluation form, as we really need those comments. We really need your reviews on each presenter so we can know how to plan for the next event. But I would encourage you again to stick and stay with us, because our next session promises to be quite interesting, because our topic is going to be on building a culture of accountability. Here we talk about accountability partner. So you're gonna know what is accountability and all these nice things, right? So we are building an accountability framework. So I'm looking forward to each and every one of you joining us back at 3:45 in this virtual space. So you can take a 15-minute break, but make sure you share the link and pass it on to a friend so they can be in this space at 3:45. See you soon.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Awesome. And welcome back, my faithful participants. We are now at our final masterclass leadership session. And I must say that our session so far has been very, very impactful. Persons have been commending our presenters, and I must say to you that this session, the final one, will be nothing less. So as we begin, we must indicate that it is critical that in the learning environment, our leaders must be accountable. Therefore, this session is geared at providing an accountability framework that will allow leaders to engage their team members. The presenter for this session, Building a Culture of Accountability, the Accountability Framework, is Dr. Gail White Wallace, who is a native New Yorker with a strong Caribbean background, who has always loved education. She always represents her home island, Montserrat. She attended Temple University, where she graduated summa cum laude with a bachelor's in early childhood education and a minor in music. So she loves music. She taught middle school ELA and social studies while attending Fordham University. After completing a master's in curriculum and instruction at Fordham, Dr. Wallace began her tenure at the Mount Vernon City School District. During her years in Mount Vernon, she earned a master's from Mercy College in school administration and a doctorate from St. John Fisher College in executive leadership. Dr. Wallace has served as a teacher, mentor, Girl Scout leader, event planner, instructional coach, building administrator, Standards Administrator of ELA Literacy, Reading and Social Studies. And now she is Mount Vernon's Director of Pre-Kindergarten, as well as the Director for Gifted and Talented and Special Community Projects. So before we get started with our conversation, I'm going to remind you that at the end of Dr. Gail Wallace's presentation, we will have a few minutes for questions and answers. And you can just feel free to type those questions within the chat, and we will field them to Dr. Wallace. After that, we will also ask you to complete the participants evaluation form, because we need to have your reviews on how the session went, okay? So at this time, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Wallace for her to take it away. Dr. Wallace, over to you.
Thank you so much, Miss Denise. Good afternoon from sunny and actually warm today, New York. So I am so humbled to be here with you guys via Zoom. I wish I was in Jamaica having a Bob Marley, some Patty's Jerk Chicken and Festival, but I am not. Maybe next time.
Okay.
But it is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you guys and talk a little bit about accountability. And I know everybody is tired because I've been logging in today, and I am humbled to be in the midst of so many amazing professionals and all of the amazing work that you guys are doing on your wonderful, beautiful island with your children. So, Miss Denise, I'm going to actually put you to work in this session, if you don't mind. And participants, this is an active session. So I'm going to be asking you to reflect on your practice. I'm going to ask you to move those little fingers in the chat box and give me feedback answers as I pose questions to you as we go through accountability in not only early childhood, but just in the framework of instruction, education, policy, and pedagogy.
Okay, fine.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen, and I'm also going to share my sound, because we're going to have some videos playing. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So our title for today is Building a Culture of Accountability, the Accountability Framework. And in my layman's term language, I tell my staff members and my principals who I supervise, if you want to have accountability, you have to inspect what you expect. That means giving out directives, giving out edicts and plans and papers and emails is not going to yield the results that you want. How do you yield the results that you want? By being deliberate, by being planned, prepared, but most of all, being present to inspect your expectations as a leader that you have put forth. So we're going to talk about right now, we're going to review what we're going to cover. The goals for today's session is to create a common definition of accountability, task 1. Task 2 is to explore accountability frameworks. So when I was asked to do this, I was asked to lay a foundation. So what we're going to do today is we're going to lay some good foundation in research-based and theory-based frameworks all around accountability. Third, we're going to discuss the leadership traits necessary to implement and sustain accountability. What do you need to do as a leader? This is the leadership section. What traits, what actions, what innate skills do we have to possess in order to achieve the pinnacle and sustain accountability? Last but not least, we're going to explore blueprints for accountability success. For it would be for me to talk about theory and thought and what the experts say without leaving everybody on this Zoom platform today with a way to navigate and begin their journey to accountability. So my question to everyone, and this is your first homework assignment, Ms. Denise. Everybody who's in the session, I would like you to take the next 10 seconds and type in the chat your definition of accountability. What is accountability? And Ms. Denise, as we get those responses in the chat, if you could share them, so then we can all begin to talk about and make goal 1 a reality, which is have a common definition of accountability.
Most definitely. So I'm just waiting on persons to type their definition.
The question is, what is accountability?
Still nothing yet.
Nothing yet. We have about 10 more seconds because I want to be mindful of time. All right, so we're going to move on. What is accountability? According to the experts, accountability is the idea of holding schools, districts, educators, and students responsible for results. Academic results, graduation rate results, school climate and culture results, student behavior, decorum, social emotional development, as well as the performance of administrators, educators, and your support services personnel.
Okay, Gail, we have a few responses.
Perfect.
One person, Miss Jemison, Pauline Jemison, says accountability is acceptance of responsibility for honest and ethical conduct towards others. Mrs. Edwards Wilson says it is being responsible. So those are the two we get so far.
Well, I think you have geniuses that are on here today, Ms. Denise. I think they can teach this talk without me. Those were some wonderful definitions of accountability. I loved, I think it was Ms. Jamison's response, where she talked about being honest and ethical.
Yes,
and
here's another. Another says, oh, she's just commending the other two. So you're fine. Go right ahead.
And we're going to talk about honesty and we're going to talk about integrity when we get later into the discussion about the leadership qualities and what type of leader you need to be. So we're going to move on to school culture, which is a big part of accountability. You cannot create a plan or a framework for accountability if you do not recognize the culture in your school. The culture in your school is interdependent on things that are both internal and external to the edifice and the physical plant of the school and the school building. Just as the definition in front of you explains, school culture talks about belief, attitudes, perceptions, the culture, the ethnicity, the race, the language, the type of building that you have, the region, the location, the country. All of these things mixed up together give you the school culture. So as we begin to now talk about
accountability and their framework specifically, I want everybody to think of the school culture where you work. Is it a positive school culture? What type of socioeconomic status of the families and the students you have in front of you? How does that affect your school culture? What type of staff are in front of your students? What are the relationships between the school and the home and the educators, their administrators? What is the relationship between your region or your district and your entire educational system? These are the things that you must keep in your mind as we begin to create the blueprint and talk about accountability. Why is accountability important? Let's check this out.
All countries have committed to achieve equitable quality education by the year 2030. Governments are responsible for achieving this goal, but others have responsibilities too. Schools, teachers, parents and students, international organizations, private sector. Unfortunately, the challenge is large. Millions are not going to school, and many more are leaving school not having learnt enough. This year's Global Education Monitoring Report shows how accountability can help. Accountability helps show who is responsible for what, and how problems can be fixed. Governments are held to account by judges, parliamentarians, auditors, ombudsmen, and international organizations. But we all have the power to hold governments to account. The press, elections, and protests all play an important role. Schools must provide a safe and supportive learning environment. Governments can regulate, accredit, inspect, and monitor them. Parents can exercise control by taking part in school management or by choosing where to educate their child. Teachers teach, but they also do much more. They are guided by ethical codes. Evaluators observe them. Inspectors scrutinize them. Other teachers and the community also sometimes monitor their work. Parents must ensure students go to school well prepared. In some countries, they can be punished if they do not. Students must not disrupt other students' ability to learn and teachers' ability to teach. International organizations help determine our global goals, and member states can question their actions. Donors promise aid. Reporting and scrutiny can expose those falling short of their commitments. The private sector is increasingly influential. Regulations, codes of conduct, transparent contracts, and media scrutiny ensure private actors work for the greater good. Accountability matters. It really matters. But accountability systems don't always work. They can be unaffordable for poorer countries. If badly designed, they penalize the poorest, erode teacher motivation, and narrow the curriculum. The GEM report shows what is needed. Reporting to international bodies, auditing the budget, monitoring, and regulating. Transparency is crucial. Clear and accessible information shows who's responsible for what is being achieved, and when systems break down. Trust is more effective than penalty. Punishing those who don't achieve strong education results is counterproductive. What we need is to build capacity and to provide resources. We need adequate information about the way education systems are working, and for there to be genuine commitment. Let's get accountability right.
So what did we learn from that portion of the video? I snipped most of it because it was a very long video. Can anybody tell me in the chat, Ms. Denise, second question, what did we learn about the importance of accountability? What is the most important, what is the essence of accountability based on that video? So as you're writing and you're thinking about it, the video talked to us about the many different components in accountability. We've all defined accountability as making sure that we hit the mark, the performance of our students, our staff, and our school. But it goes beyond our school building. The video shows that accountability is important because it is interdependent. All of the different components, the public sector, the private sector, the parents, the community, the education, international boards of education, all work together to create systems of accountability. Unfortunately, when you look at accountability systems that are built, they are all built around putting pressure on the school units. Pressure to achieve. And in a few slides, we're going to talk about both the positive of accountability and the negative effects of accountability.
Okay, Dr. Gail Wallace. Dr. Gail?
Yes,
you have two responses. From the video, you had asked what is the most important essence of accountability that was coming out from the video. So Mrs. Edwards Wilson says accountability is everyone's business, all stakeholders in ECD. While Mrs. Crooks Israel, Julian Crooks Israel, says the responsibilities of the different stakeholders in maintaining quality standards.
Beautiful. I love that she said it's everybody's business, which means it has to be a collective effort to meet the accountability status that has been imposed on you by the various stakeholders. But I was asked to talk about different accountability models. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to explore the research's different versions of accountability models. Now, what I'd like you to do is to think about, you don't have to put this in the chat, but as we go through these different models of accountability, what type of accountability are you most engaged in your early childhood center and your school? Because that is going to shape the work that we're going to do in the next few minutes. The first form of accountability is called the status model. And we have this up here for you. And the status model is not a norm referenced model. It is more of a criterion reference model where we measure students from against a point. For example, in New York, they may say we want 45% of the students to be on a level 4. That's your target. The status model holds you accountable to how the students are meeting that target. So there's a target set and you are comparing yourself to a fixed target that does not take into consideration external factors. Our second model is called the improvement model. This model considers students as cohorts. So for example, you may have a cohort of students in 2nd grade. They took their tests, and this cohort of students in 2021 had a 75% proficiency. In 2022, they had an 82% proficiency. The improvement accountability model measures how that same group of students are doing as the year progresses. They are compared to themselves and how they improved over years. The third accountability model is called the growth model. And this model is really the model that we here in New York, at least, are steeped in. How have students grown? How have the students changed? Have they gone up, or has their proficiency decreased from year to year? And growth is measured by each student year by year over time. In New York, we have AYP, we have growth performance, and they look at each subset of students. We have levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. The bottoms, the ones, did you get them to grow in the year that you've had them? So if their scale score was a 300, how many points did they grow the next year? In the growth model, you are more concerned with students' growth than actually comparing them to themselves as a cohort and comparing them to other students in a similar model. This growth model really meets and considers students where they are. So if a student is a D student, are you able to put in mechanisms in your accountability process and plan that will move that D student to maybe a C or a B student? If they're reading on a second grade level and they're in 5th grade, are you able to move that reading performance up a grade or a half a grade? Or has a student made no growth in the year that you have worked with them? The last and final is the value added model. And it's a little more complex when you look at the diagram in front of you. This value added puts an expectation. So it takes the growth model, and we're not just measuring growth, but they're telling you this is how much growth we expect. This is the target you must hit. So if you have 25% of students making the grade, your goal for the next year is 42 students. And your accountability status, your accountability is measured on whether or not you have grown to meet the benchmark. This is one of the most difficult of the accountability models. If the expectations and the value added to the growth is not realistic, if the value added and expectation does not consider the school culture, the school climate, and other factors, both internal and external to the learning of the student. So how do you choose the right growth model for you? So many of us are not given the opportunity to choose the growth model that has been imposed on us by maybe a legislator or the school district or your island district or minister of education. You are not. However, within your early childhood center and within your school, you can implement a growth model that will help you achieve the goals that have been imposed upon you by the hierarchy. So when thinking about the 4 growth models, we think about these questions. Which model can best analyze the effects of education in your school and on your students? Because remember, we're going to talk about this. Sometimes accountability leaves the students behind because they are not the focus. How can you bring your accountability back to the education of your students? The second question you can ask yourself is, what type of model can identify the performance gaps and help fill the gaps among my students? When we talk about instructional accountability, you must consider where students are falling short or having difficulties. It is not enough to identify that, but in your accountability process, whichever it is that you choose, you must be able to identify how do you fill those gaps and how do you move those students so that they can perform to the best of their ability. Accountability requires people to work together. There are many benefits to bringing accountability to a school. It can encourage educators to focus on important subjects and materials. This is done through preparation and planning with your team. You can't cover everything. Let's talk about early childhood. In the United States and in New York, we have over 48 indicators for early childhood. That's a lot. If everything is important, nothing is important. Looking at your indicators, looking at your students, accountability can help you narrow your focus on subjects and materials. And when I say subjects, I know the Caribbean and us, when we say subjects, we think maths and reading and science. Sometimes the subjects, especially in early childhood, that's our social and emotional development, speech and language, gross motor skills. Those are the most important subjects to ensure our students are ready for their educational career. Another benefit of school accountability is it can lead to a change in pedagogy. It can change the teaching and learning by putting a microscope on what is being done in classrooms. Allowing and providing teachers the time for not only being evaluated by administrators, but providing them with a place to reflect on their pedagogy as it relates to the success and the meeting of benchmarks for their students. A third benefit of school accountability is increased collaboration, bringing people together. Just as my friend said in our first question, accountability is everybody's business. Everybody has to come to the table. And it will increase collaboration with your community agencies, your country agencies, your parents, your families, your communities, your educators, your administrators, even the people who necessarily may not have a direct effect on education, but have an effect on children. Last but not least, and there are many benefits to accountability, is the impose or reallocation of resources. They talked about this a little bit in the video where they talked about and unearthed the idea that accountability will force people to look at fiscal resources and human capital. Is everybody getting what they're supposed to get? And who is still in need in order to achieve the goals that have been set forth by your accountability plans? That is the work of advocacy and the work of equity in school accountability. With every pro, there is a con. Challenges with accountability. Sometimes we narrow the focus too much, and it results in teaching to the test, leaving behind the creativity, the child development, appropriate child development practices, because we are stressed and pressed to make the benchmarks for accountability that has been given to us. There also can be a loss of focus on policy and protocols that help us run our programs and school buildings, because we have to unearth those things to reach the goal. We make changes that may not be in the best interest of our culture to ensure that we make the grade for someone who knows nothing about our little school. Another challenge is the fact that in early childhood, we move away from the constructivist method of building education around what the students need. We create competitive and stressful environments where teachers are competing against each other for higher test scores. And I don't know if they do this in Jamaica, but we have merit pay here in the United States in some places. So the better you meet your accountability status, the more money you can get in your paycheck. Creating a sense of competitiveness across schools and within a school. Also creating a stressful environment, especially for those of us like myself who work in school districts of students who are struggling. They're struggling in school and they are struggling with life outside of school. And as I talked about before, leaving minimal room for creativity if your accountability measures and benchmarks are extremely stringent. Miss Denise, how are we doing? Equity in accountability. So when talking about reallocation of fiscal resources, when you're planning your accountability status and plans to meet the goals that have been set forth, how do we make sure things are equitable? And just for a short review, equity does not mean we're giving everybody the same. It means that we are considering what each school, what each student, what each classroom needs, and we are giving that to them based on the data points that we have. An effective school performance and accountability framework helps us measure progress and outcomes rather than inputs. So now we have really talked about accountability. Now we are going to move into the next goal, which is discussing the leadership. Goal 3, we're almost there. I know it's a long day. Goal 3 of how do we lead to reach optimal accountability. This quote is everything. Accountability must be a reciprocal process. For every increment of performance I demand from you, spoken from a true leader, I have an equal responsibility to provide you with the capacity to meet that expectation. Likewise, for every investment you make in my skill and knowledge, I have a reciprocal responsibility to demonstrate some new increments in my performance. Showers talks about that when they talk about the transfer of knowledge. This is the principle of reciprocity of accountability for capacity. All of that to say, as leaders, we have to give just as much or more than we expect from our staff? What kind of leader can ensure that we meet all of our accountability status benchmarks? What type of leader can inspire a building, a school region, a classroom to make themselves accountable for student progress and student achievement? There are many different types of leadership: transactional leadership, transformational leadership. But in the essence of today, we're going to explore a pretty new version of leadership called adaptive leadership. And I am a very radical type of leader. I never play by the rules. And that is why I love adaptive leadership. I'm sure that my leaders that are sitting here in our conference today and in this session know that every single day as an educator is an adventure. No day is the same. And you have to be flexible and have the ability to adapt in order to be a successful leader. And when considering that, I chose this type of leadership to explore with you today. Adaptive leadership allows you to change gears when needed. Because you are diagnosing and you are taking apart all the challenges that you are faced with. And you do not allow the challenges that are come before you to be the status quo. An adaptive leader is all about being a problem solver. And an adaptive leader never stays the same. Here we have a little model of adaptive leadership from Maxwell. An adaptive leader looks at the situation, the school culture, and all of the challenges that it faced. It then takes and breaks those apart to empower their staff members and colleagues to create a plan to address those issues and then begin to address the goals of accountability. In an adaptive leadership, you never look at the school issues from the ground. That's why it says, one, get on the balcony. Look at it broad. What do you see? Identify the challenges that are adaptive and that need to be changed. Regulate the distress. Have disciplined attention to these issues and challenges. Make a plan and give the work back to the people. Let me say that again. Give the work back to the people. A good leader can never make change or accountability status by hoarding the work and dictating the movement. The work has to be in the people. And the people are all the stakeholders that we have previously discussed. The community, the businesses, the parents, the children, our government officials, our policymakers. We bring it back to the people. We advocate. And we protect the leadership voices from below. How do you protect yourself as a leader? You make sure that you consistently talk and meet with your people on the ground and on the front line. And you keep your ear to the streets So when you get the naysayers, when you get the people who are challenging the most important work or trying to pick apart your important work so that you are unable to meet your accountability benchmarks, you are able to dispel and protect that. The most important is the square to my right, maybe your left, which is holding the environment. Notice the leader and the followers are reciprocal, just as we discussed. Leaders are followers and followers are leaders. It is a cyclical, reciprocated back and forth that allows us as adaptive leaders to give the people the power. And when we talk about transformational leadership, if we want to attach them or compare them, that's how a transformational leader is allowed to transform. They bring all the people on the bus. If you've ever read Good to Great, if you haven't read the book Good to Great, Ms. Denise put it in the chat. If you have not read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, I am challenging everyone to read that book. We're going to watch a short video on what adaptive leadership is in action.
We'll walk through a couple of the core ideas of the adaptive leadership framework. The first question to consider is, what is the nature of the work before us? We find the distinction between technical and adaptive to be helpful in navigating this question. With technical work, the challenges we face are clearly defined, and we, or a person with expertise or authority, know how to solve them. Technical tasks are not necessarily easy or straightforward, but the solution is known and the work is about optimizing execution and efficiency. You do technical things every day, repeatedly and with great skill. And yet there's another kind of work, which we call adaptive, that is important to distinguish from the technical. With adaptive work, the issues are hard to identify or not clearly understood. There is no expert or authority who can be called upon to resolve the problem. Adaptive work requires those involved or affected by the work to come together to sort through competing commitments and priorities, to take risks and experiment with new ways forward. We can't think our way through adaptive issues. The work happens in the gut and heart rather than in the head. And almost always, there is some loss involved, for all parties, in order to move forward. This may be loss of competence or familiarity or comfort. In leading adaptive change, an element of the work is in holding folks through the loss they may be experiencing. It's truly relational work. The second core question is, what choices do we face when leading change in our communities? To understand this scenario, we distinguish between exercising authority and exercising leadership. Exercising authority equates to doing your job well. There are a set of expectations on each of us in our role as authority figures, and this is true both as individuals and as organizations. We gain more authority by delivering on those expectations, which fall into three categories: protection, direction, and order. Authority is a contract for services. The idea of leadership is quite different. It's about stepping out of those expectations to interrupt unproductive patterns. Maybe things that have worked for years, but because the world has changed, they no longer get the results we want. Leadership is not defined by position. It's an activity that can be practiced by anyone at any time. Exercising both authority and leadership are important, though they serve very different purposes. An authority structure is essential for any human system to function. Plus, technical work lends itself to a top-down, expert-driven solution, something that we're all familiar and comfortable with. Exercising authority is important in a crisis, to calm and comfort those affected. Yet, exercising authority does nothing to change the current system. Exercising leadership is essential when we want to challenge the status quo, change the current way of operating, or tackle a question for which we have no easy answers. In summary, as you think about this idea of leading adaptive change, take time to regularly step out of the day-to-day and reflect on two key things. First, what is the nature of the work we have to do? What technical work do we need to keep doing well, and what may we have to step away from to make space for new and innovative ways of working? And second, what are we going to stay within our own authority role and do what people expect us to do? Be predictable and reliable, which we all have to do sometimes. Versus, when are we going to dance on the edge of our authority, disappoint some of the expectations on us in order to challenge the status quo and move our communities forward.
That video was so cute, and it allowed us to get an idea about adaptive leadership. Step on the ledge and be brave enough to say, times have changed, the organization has changed. What do we need to change to make sure that we lead ourselves to our benchmarks? In front of you is a visual on the adaptive leadership journey. I am a servant leader. I am a servant leader at work. I believe I'm in the job of service, supporting families and children and my staff. I'm a mother. Lord knows I'm a servant there, cooking, cleaning, everything. At church, servant leadership. Adaptive leadership is built, like they said, from the heart to serve the people, the community, and the students. Leading high-performing teams. An adaptive leader leads teams. They do not lead. The teams are the leaders. Strategic leadership. Diagnosing the problems and thinking out of the box to achieve your goals. Enterprise agility. Agility is major when you're trying to be a leadership that's hitting moving targets. Now, I'd like to quiz some of our guests today. Ms. Denise, are you there?
Yes, Doc, I'm here.
All right. So we have just two more activities where this activity where I need our participants to answer in the chat box. So I want them to think like an adaptive leader, like a radical leader who's going to bring people on board. There are two scenarios. I'm going to read them, and I'm going to ask the participants in the chat to share how an adaptive leader would navigate this scenario. Example 1. There is a school led by a well-respected and admired principal. She was competent, ethical, and humble, and genuinely believed in taking care of her people. Due to certain changes in her circumstances, she decided to leave her beloved school, and it saddened her team members. Well, she had to get a replacement, and she was replaced by another leader who was hired from the outside organization. Stranger danger. There was a lot of apprehension about the new leader and how all their lives would change as a result of this transition. Ms. Denise and participants, my question to you is, if you were this leader coming into this new school where your predecessor was loved and revered, how would you begin your tenure at this new school in an adaptive leadership capacity? How would you begin to hold people accountable and make an impact? I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for responses. Ms. Denise, when we get a response, please share it with the group.
Most definitely.
Miss Denise, can you see me or no?
If I can see you.
Okay. Yeah, can you
Yes.
see my face in the corner or no?
Yes, man, I'm seeing you.
Oh, you can. Okay. I'm watching the timer go by. That's why I'm looking down. I just want to let people know.
That's fine. I'm waiting to see. Okay.
About 23 more seconds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the timer has gone off. And I do want to respect our time. So I'm going to, Ms. Denise, feel free to interrupt me if you get a response.
Okay, will do. Well, I see one coming here from Miss Fletcher. She says, Miss Shereen Fletcher, her response is, she would start groundwork from all the stakeholders on what are their expectations of her.
Very nice, Ms. Shereen. An adaptive leader who comes to a place of authority would ask for the team's help in making sure they were on track and regularly required feedback and sharing ideas. And being true to the word, getting feedback from the team on an ongoing basis. This way, the new leader would develop trust and lead the team through accountability ups and downs over the course of their tenure. Example 2, imagine that you are the HR leader of a district that is experiencing high turnover. I don't know about you all in Jamaica, but we have so many vacancies. We need so many staff. Staff are going, staff are coming, teachers and administrators. We are faced with that difficulty. So reaching our accountability benchmarks have been difficult because we are understaffed. Highly trained and employed and competent employees are leaving our organization. How do you approach this challenge? An adaptive leader would have to understand that there is a reflective moment here. There has to be something wrong with the organization. And for us as leaders, that is difficult. When you look at your school or you look at your classrooms and you look at your district and you're consistently not making the mark, you have to become self-reflective to make the change. What is not working? And in this situation, hiring an external consultant or to do an assessment helped move this district to hiring and retaining new staff. Can I tell you, I don't know if you know about Maxwell, John Maxwell, but he does this work on leadership. And my district, this academic year, hired them to audit all of the administrators because we had high turnover, we had some issues, and they took it all apart and they put it back together. They disassembled who each administrator was, what their style is, what their building style was, how their staff viewed them in an anonymous way. And this work from an outside agency was able to help us turn around and transform and create new plans for our accountability.
Okay, Doc, I have two more responses.
Great.
Mrs. Crooks Israel says, start with building the relationships and gain a basic understanding of the culture to further engage the other stakeholders. And Mrs. Wilson says, one has to study the culture. Then you have Miss Jemison says, engage individuals in conversations, looking at the vision and mission, and then allow persons to share on how they could contribute to the way forward.
Beautifully written, beautifully said. And all of those components that we received in those responses, team and Miss Denise, are located on this visual. Integrity, vision, positive attitude. And let me tell you, I will testify that it is hard to have a positive attitude when they're coming down on you to make the progress. It is difficult, but we have to find it in us to lead through positivity. Have a sense of humor and be a solid communicator and inspire the team. These are all of the components of adaptive leadership that will allow you to make your accountability status, reach your goals, and exceed them. As a leader, we are going to talk about one more thing, which is the blueprint. You must have foresight, insight, oversight, and hindsight. This is a reflective process. And when beginning your journey to accountability, you must keep all four of these quadrants. You must learn from the past. You must plan for the future. You must dissect what is in front of you. And you must consistently inspect what you expect and evaluate with a discerning eye. To lead, you lead with urgency, guidance, vision, initiate change, remove the barriers. And that's the one thing about adaptive leadership. You kick those barriers down. You have short-term wins and you have losses, and the losses are okay because we have hindsight. Learn the lessons from your experience and incorporate change into your culture. And the last thing we're going to talk about is increasing accountability in your setting. One, clarify your purpose. Can be all over the place. Make your vision and mission clear. But don't make the mistake. Please don't write your mission statement by yourself, because it's only your mission statement. It must be done collaboratively. Grow your people. I tell my staff all the time, you know who the most important person is? Not me, it's you. I am the least important person in this organization. You are on the ground, you are making it happen, and I'm here to facilitate and support you. Chart your pathway to accountability to make your benchmark. Identify the obstacles, kick them down, tear them down, and build a pathway to success. Have a plan. Always have a plan. Inspect what you expect. The last thing I want to share with you is a small chart of how you begin the accountability discussion with your staff. And I'm skipping some slides because it's already 4:40. I skipped some slides, but I know there's Q&A time, so I want to leave time for that. This chart right here will give you a snapshot in how you begin to plan for accountability, how you meet your benchmark. Pick your areas, create SMART goals, measurable, attainable, timely goals. Pick a date. Decide on the stakeholders you're going to invite to that table as an adaptive leader. Who's responsible for what part of the plan? Create a detailed action plan, step by step. When I mean go to the store and buy the paper, detail like go to the store and buy the paper. And identify all of your resources, from fiscal to human capital to building, donations, volunteers, knowledge, education. Identify them. And then utilize this and come in and have checks and balances periodically to monitor the progress, to inspect what you expect with these goals and target dates. And you will increase the accountability at your school building. And that is the end of the talk for today.
Wonderfully said, Dr. Wallace. You were so on point with most of your comments and your recommendations, some of the strategies that you have put forward. So far, we have one question in the chat. I will just read it for you. The person asked, Miss Lorraine Ludford, she asked, is there equity in accountability in Jamaica?
Well, I do not work in Jamaica, so I don't know your framework, but I'm going to say that because accountability was grown from a political place, that there is not equity.
Okay.
It was not grown from a place to consider students and communities. It was built on pressure. So I'm going to say no.
No.
But in our work, as we try to meet the benchmark, we have to consider equity and build that in.
Okay. Fair response. Okay. I'm not seeing any more questions, but one thing is for sure, you have been getting good reviews. Persons have been saying, love the session. Great job, presenter. I have been empowered more. Another person's comment, oh no, that's not one. Okay. Yes, so in essence, persons are just saying good presentation, excellent point, because they are raising points that others would have commented on. So overall, we can say you have set the parameters by which we should have a sound framework for accountability. I like the whole aspect of being an adaptive leader, you know. The points that you have raised is that an adaptive leader is a problem solver. So many times, many of us, we can identify the problem, but there is no solution, you know. So it is good when I heard you say that if you're an adaptive leader, you're not going to let things remain the same. You're going to always find a way to change things and to improve on things. So I like the concepts that you have outlined for us. So I know from the key takeaway points is that if we are going to be accountable, we must have hindsight, foresight, oversight, and insight. And that is critical. And that is my key takeaway for today. We must have hindsight, oversight, foresight, and insight. So I really thank you so much, Dr. Gale. We know that early persons are still thinking about the questions that they would want to ask, but we are on a tight schedule for time, and I know you probably are too. Miss Ludford just responded and says, great job. Inspect what you expect, quite relevant for the ECD sector. And if you can't inspect it, then something is wrong, right? Something must be wrong if you're not able to inspect it. So that is quite profound for all of us. So once again, Dr. Gale, with Dr. Gale Wallace, I thank you for coming on. I thank you for your insightful words, and we will certainly be talking about this accountability framework for days and weeks to come. And we will try our best to let it be a part of our lives so that we ourselves can have that accountability going forward. Yes?
I'm humbled. I thank you all so much. You guys are doing great work there. And just don't be afraid to take the chance. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Okay.
Thank
Most
you so
definitely.
much.
You're most
God bless
welcome.
everyone, and be well.
Okay, same to you, Doc. And we'll keep in touch. Okay, all the best. So my participants, you heard it yourselves. We have had a powerful, power-packed day where we have gotten so much information. I mean, Shireen keeps saying in the chat, I am empowered once more. This is such good information that we are receiving. It's not overwhelming. It is just awesome. So I want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time out of your busy schedule for being here. And I know that you are empowered, you are inspired, and just keep living your best life by employing some of the strategies that have been shared with you today. Because remember now, our theme speaks about innovation in early childhood development. And if we're going to be innovative, we can't let it stay at the vision. There is a call for action, and therefore we want you to take the information that you have gathered here for these 2 days, and we want you to start make out an action plan as to how you're going to improve on yourself at your local level. So I want to thank you all for being here with us. I encourage you to join us again tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this same virtual space as we continue to engage you in our masterclass conversations on leadership. Remember to share the link with your colleagues and invite someone to register for PDI because they are missing out. Tomorrow we will have some awesome topics and they can't afford not to be here. So continue being the innovative persons that you are, and do have yourselves an innovative and productive rest of the day. God bless you.